All right. We are live. I don't know who's here. I don't know who's alive on Friday at 4 p.m. But I am barely alive. That's for sure. Barely alive. Yo, Light Monarch. How's it going? How's it going? You know, I was wondering whether I would have 3 viewers or 30 viewers. And it's looking like 3. We'll see if that changes in the next 10 minutes. Hey, Pale. The Yapper Supreme. Yes, sir. That's thanks to my buddy Nick. He started calling me. He's like, you should change your name from Coach SK to Coach YK or YS, which is Coach Supreme Yapper, or SY, sorry. From SK to SY, Supreme Yapper. What are we doing today? Well, if we can get a bunch of people in the chat, then I will yap. So if you have a lot of people, I'll yap. Because I do want to yap about coaching, and I need a bunch of people in the chat. So if we're stuck at like a couple people, we're just going to hang. And we'll still yap about stuff. But the main stuff I want to yap about, we need some more people in the chat. And it's related to coaching and improvement and making mistakes. You need a more scandalous title, playing Cyclops. This is just a deck that we left off with yesterday. It was already preloaded, so we are here playing Cyclops Xeon. Well, it's a Xeon deck, really, not really just Cyclops, but it has Cyclops in it and Mikuve and everybody. So we're gonna have a sweet time. We're gonna have a good old time. So we can get to that 30-40 viewer mark on this random 4 p.m. or somewhere around there. We'll be yapping about some stuff. But how's everybody else doing? Hey Harry, how's it going? I always find it interesting that I'll sometimes, like, people will say hello. I'll say hello back and be like, how's it going? And, or, you know, some question, and they simply, like, they probably, like, leave. They're like, oh, I'm gonna go get a water or drink or popcorn. We're getting wing gameplay today. We can play wing right after this, for sure. I don't have Mikuve in my hand, unfortunately. I don't have Mikuve. But what I do have... You know what? We'll play a command. Play the pilot, actually. And we'll take out... this guy, just so he doesn't rush us down as quickly as he wants to. The camphor's quite nice, but we're gonna grab this and play it. We'll get some wing gameplay today for sure. I'm always down to play some nice, solid wing. It's funny, I saw in the other chat that people were like, all of a sudden, I guess 2 days later or a week later, were saying that wing is garbage and will never be like a good deck or whatever. It was very, very strange to me. Well, that's nice. It's a -1 for me, but you know, it is what it is. I started playing Wing Online last week and I have a lot of fun using it. That's good, I'm glad. Wing is as soon as Wing gets some support, hopefully in GDO 5 quite a bit. I think that deck could be quite a lot of fun. It's fun right now, but it still has that little bit of like, this deck is like, you know, has some issues, or I just don't have enough to get there sometimes. Isn't fleshed out yet. Well, I have this guy here, but I feel like that's not what I'm gonna do. No, I dropped all my sleeves. My deck is on the ground. Sitting here shuffling my Digimon deck. That's right, it's just like 3 cards. I wonder if, I know some people it gets notified that I am live on YouTube, but I wonder if for other people that they're either probably busy right now because it's like 4 p.m. Probably driving back from work or just got off work and hanging out with the fam. Okay, we wanted to play some Wing, right? So we lost that game. Let's go to Wing. Go to my other version of Wing, actually. Let's go to this one. Let's go to this like full Wing variant. Alright, up to 13 viewers. Let's go. In a second, I'm just gonna walk to my door to pick up my drinks because, I'm gonna be honest, I was gonna go to sleep, but then I realized I have to play this big, 4-player, I have to play a big 4-player game tomorrow of Warhammer, and at 12 o'clock, so I'm trying to stay awake. Which is why I am here currently. $17 viewers, guys. We're almost hitting that goal. That goal when we can start yapping about some stuff. We've almost doubled our viewer count. If we can double it again, we'll be at the requirement for the yap session to start. Mostly because I need engagement from viewers, and the more viewers we have, the better it's gonna be. And I know at some point we generally get around 30. And I'll wait for my drinks to get here, get some sugar in me, get some liquid. This week I'm learning how to, like, I never cook in my life or anything, so I'm learning how to make like hamburgers and like grill and all that stuff from scratch. So that's what I'm doing this week. I'm working towards. Do I want to play another 4-3? Probably not. I could be very, very aggressive into him, and I feel like that's totally a-okay. But I really need to get level 5 to play all my cards. Alright, 21. We're getting there, guys. We're almost there. I'm not going to block that because it's irrelevant. Plays another Lifrith. Shenlong. Let's grab the Shenlong. He knows I have it now. And then let's go to swing directly into his shields. I'm here. I'm engaged. Yes, Pale is engaged. We're about to engage his shields right now. We'll see how aggressive he turns out to be on the next turn. Let's play this guy, honestly. Let's make him into a 2-4. And I don't want to play hero here, but I kind of have to in case he has an Ale Strike next turn. Simply because, like, I want to play this card, but he's going to balance my striker pack. So, yeah, I'll put a hero on this just so I don't lose that card. And then I can defend one of these guys a lot easier, essentially. And then obviously next turn we'll Shenlong him. Stella's here. Woo! I'm here, but I'm not engaged because no Soletta on board. Listen, we don't have Soletta, but we have Shenlong, the other half of Green White Academy. And we also have Hero Yui, alright? Hero Yui, who should have been the, like, Soletta's, like, husband, essentially, in some other reality. I'm here, but I'm not engaged because I'm in a food coma from spaghetti. Woohoo! May spaghetti, some wing. How's it going? Hey, Joseph. It's going well. We're at 24 viewers. A couple more viewers. I'll be starting the yap session. I'm gonna go grab my drink as well pretty soon. He wants to suicide into me. I feel like that's completely valid. But that means he also doesn't have Ale Strike. Unless he wants me to block. But he doesn't have Ale Strike in his hand right now. What could he possibly do to me? Not a lot. So we're simply gonna block this, and then we'll see what he does afterwards. We'll see if he ill strikes my Striker Pack, but I get a Hero Yui back, so it's kind of a equal trade. Grab me a drink too. All right, Stella, I'll grab you a drink. What are we yapping about? You will find out. We dropped back to 21 viewers. We were so close. We lost 5 viewers. We're trying to get to 30 viewers. Or somewhere around there. But it looks like most of you guys are coming in now. So it should be a good time. I'm trying to put together a Mafty Marita deck. But instead of blue cards like Banshee, going green for encounter to make the pings go live more frequently. Thoughts other than how you would use it? I will answer that in a second. Let me just like, okay, he's gonna bounce me, do his stuff. Kind of Marita Mafty deck. Okay, so that deck. Okay, blue deck. Instead of going blue cards like Banshee, you're going green for encounter to make sure the pings go more live and equally. Yeah, you can pretty much 100% just simply use encounter. What other cards would I use? Green doesn't have access to too many good cards overall. If you're gonna play like a more beatdown variant, you could just slam in Rick Doms and alter the list's identity to be like, okay, we're gonna beat you down and build card advantage through breaching and being aggressive. Striker Pack, perfect. This card is goated. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. My order has been delivered. I'm gonna go grab that in a second. There aren't too many other cards outside of that. You don't need Wing Zeros really. You could play them, but you don't really need it. Just going down, that is fine. It's basically a mono red deck, so going down, just having encounters in there is totally respectable. Alright, this thing only has 4 HP. So what we'll do first of all is swing Lifrith directly into the shield area. Bro, been playing Awakened Unicorn and the AP is amazing. Might be my main. Had 2 in the field and stopped the second wave of aggro in the track. Second wave sounds like the third wave, but yeah, 100% you can 100% do that with that deck for sure. It is definitely valid. I'm assuming you're playing like a blocker, heavy blocker version with show resolves and stuff. Giving him Shin. No big deal. I realized I could have played duo, and I didn't. But it's fine. Let's break his whole board. My turn's gonna end here, so I'm simply gonna go grab my drinks real quick. I'll be right back as I end my turn. And I had no action, so it shouldn't ask me for anything at all. Alright, back to my turn. Let me figure out what's going on over here. Play the bass. Play this guy. Link the duo. I have many ways of doing this. First of all, we're gonna swing directly into this person's health. Okay, he blocks me. Now I'm open to play all my heroes and stuff. I'm gonna drop a hero onto this guy so I can also get rid of his health again. I am going to 8 next turn, so this guy will basically die from a wing 0 hit. I'm gonna go shields again. Yeah, I think we'll end the turn here and hopefully get to a high maneuver win. Yeah, blocker heavy. Forgot to put unforeseen and kind-hearted. Came in clutch to stop the push. Nice, nice. Yeah, I don't like kind-hearted and all those cards too much, but of course if it comes in clutch, it can be one of those like interesting things, especially against certain decks that destroy a lot. But overall, I'm not you know, I'm not a crazy kind-hearted lover. Alright, let's drink this thing. We're 29 viewers, guys. We can start the yap session right after this. We're gonna start yapping, okay? I'm gonna stop the gameplay as soon as we win this, which gives me time to drink some sugar. I'm gonna appreciate all you guys being here, hanging out with me. It was looking kind of grim when we were at like 2 viewers for like a hot 5 minutes. I don't want to draw kind of hunter, but I love it being in my shields area since I always wind up with an empty hand. Yes, that is the biggest upside of kind-hearted, and a lot of blue cards have burst draw card, which is what I love about blue, and I built decks that have like a lot of those effects. It's very, very nice. Okay, so he only has 2 blockers, which is fine. I could play the Ultron and pass my turn and then kind of go for game afterwards, and I feel like that's a quite nice idea overall. He can't bounce anything except for this guy. If I swing with him now, he can block me with the Ale Strike probably. I don't think I care. I think I really want him to be forced to block and lose cards. I'm gonna lower to 2 kind-hearted and put in 2 show resolve. The idea was to have action cards to play during my opponent's turn. Unforeseen will be brought to 2 and kind 2. Okay, if I attack with this now, I pretty much lose. He's gonna bounce this for sure, but now he's dead next turn, so I just kind of chill. How's everybody feeling about GDO 4 at the current moment? You know, we had that gloom era at the beginning a week ago. Ever since Clan 1 and Wing's been doing really hot. And CB's doing alright. Some Minerva decks are doing okay. Is everybody like feeling okay? Or are we like digesting how the game is a lot more now since Random Things won? Or are we all still thinking like as soon as it goes back to aggro in our next new type challenges and we have a bad run, or we see a lot of aggro players, that we are gonna go back into depression. And Joseph, yeah, shoulder roll is a good idea. Dex winning with no top cut means nothing. Agreed. Agreed. This is why I'm asking the question. I want to know what you guys are, how the community is feeling about everything. We'll get back to you on that after I go to locals and do some homework you gave me. Yes, sir. Happy clan won. Yes, I'm happy it won as well and how it won. Didn't the clan deck just one play 0 aggro? It did play 0 aggro decks. Yes, it did play 0 aggro decks. You're absolutely correct. Okay, we just go like this. GG's, wing 0 for the win. Spirit Cove for people thinking clan or whatever nonsense deck for some Swiss only event, and everyone freaks out about it, but it means nothing. Exactly. Okay, good to know. Okay, let's get to the yap session. Okay, for this yap session, I have to bring out my notepad. I don't really need notes because we have a stream, but I'm gonna bring out the notepad. Okay, why? Guys, I don't need that notepad. I need just like, I need sticky notes. All right. I need sticky notes. Actually, I kind of want to read this old stuff. Nobody plays on here. Oh yeah, Zumba Sim is garbage. Nobody plays on here. League Military deck, aggro. Yeah, this is last time. Okay, delete this. Okay, so what I want to pretty much talk about at the beginning, after every chat, that is, I'm liking the variety and things to play meta-wise. It feels like there are options for once. There are options. There's actually always been options. But obviously it's always a lie when aggro exists for the most part. There's just more ways of doing the same thing, I guess. And it's just more randomness in this game. When GTO 4 came out, they introduced a lot more cards, and now all of a sudden you can randomly lose to like Graceful Demeanor or a random base or whatever deck or something else that happens. GTO 4, a lot of different decks are starting to win new types. Once we get 05, I'm sure aggro won't be as prevalent with multiple pilots of the same name. Consistency will finally be here. I hope so. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to all the powerful cards we get in GTO 5. If we do not get powerful cards and we end up having like 2 LRs that are good and everything else is pretty much mediocre, that would be very, very sad. I would say as a positive Gundam, I do think there's a lot of decks that are almost there. Yes, there are a lot of decks that are almost there, and again, it's one of the GM problems that's really holding a lot of decks back. Because imagine we didn't live in a world where we had to play a lot of blockers or something to counter aggro. We could actually build our decks in a lot of different ways and have a lot of more tech pieces in there, because we didn't just lose the game in the first 4 turns. These decks do need a little 1-2 for a good card to push them into being tier 1 or tier 0. Yeah, I do think that is good for the game. I lost to a league deck and my new type I ran purple and didn't roll low either. Yeah, league can by default counter aggro pretty quickly. Did anyone else see Bennett release a new list for DVS Masters? I did not. If Luna's in chat, he probably did. Everyone who plays that game is like the dumbest, worst ban list they've ever made. Okay. Minus GM or blocker stuff generally strong. There's a lot of text to anti. Yes, sir. Agreed. There's besides those 2 things, everything else is like pretty well, and it's been like that since day 1. It's just that a lot of people were just playing the same 2 decks over and over again. Doesn't bode well for me having faith in Bandai. Interesting. Yeah, I guess that's Bandai in a nutshell, I guess. Play I hate GM or I hate block, but I hope you match up right. Play something that bricks more than not. Those are the options. Yeah. Okay, we lost like 6 viewers since I was like rattling off all that, which is unfortunate. Hopefully they'll come back. Okay, so what I wanted to like discuss and yap about, right, the supreme yapper that I am. The very first thing is to like knock this out of the park, I guess, or start it off right, is, you know, coaching people. Now, there's two very big important things. Yo, congratulations, physics popping off, dude. Let's go. Popping off. Got the SB Barbados selling on whatnot. Let's go. So coaching wise, there's two things that always kind of try to like, they always come back to the surface, I guess. And the first thing is that I play multiple games and I've coached players to the professional level or to the top of the food chain. Okay, in League of Legends, I've coached an AD carry all the way to TSM. In Warhammer 40k, I've coached people to beat national team captains. I've coached them to take down top 10 players in the world, period, multiple times even. And I've coached people to go win regionals or like major tournaments and all that. And it's not just like it takes a long time to get good like other people. It's immediate success generally from my coaching. And then in Gundam, obviously I've coached a bunch of people to win new type challenges, do really well. And again, 0 of the people that win these new types and improve significantly are playing aggro. Well, not 0, but like maybe 1 or 2 people are playing aggro or blocker swap. Everybody is playing something unique, tackling their own local meta and doing really well, and playing something that is a lot more fun, right? In like Hawaii, for example, we have Avi, who won 4 new types with Mil Barbados because he loved it. He's like, dude, you're a god for making this deck, etc. Like, this deck is so much fun. It's exactly what I wanted, and I'm very happy because everybody else was talking shit about it for like weeks when it came out, when the Lupus deck card came out. Then there's things like Xeon. People want to play Xeon, but they don't want to play Amuro, and they want to play actual Xeon. And in GDO 1, GDO 2, Mikuve or Green Red really popped off, won a lot of events, won boxes, new types, etc. in Philippines, in Japan, and also like locally. And then there's of course like other decks like Wing or Aggro, right? Like Echo took an aggro deck and he played 0 Gundams, only played Amuros, played 1-drops, played gun cannons, and had Gelgooks in there with Char. And we only ran 2 Corsica bases, not 4 Corsica bases, even though they were allowed at 4. We only ran 2 Corsica bases because it just made sense. Okay, and then 2 new types in a row, 5-0, 5-0, back to back to back. And he has in his local area some of the really good like players from Magic the Gathering and stuff as well, but also the top 8 regional player. I think it was top 8 or top 4, the one who played the green blue aggro deck with Lock-On and Amuro. So that player is local to him. And going back to this point, one of the biggest things for all these like different games or being a competitor is my clients. One of the things I keep telling them, or I tell them at some point in their career, is it doesn't matter who the fuck your opponent is, you need to beat the shit out of them. Okay, it doesn't matter that it's a 5-year-old boy, it doesn't matter that it's a female, it doesn't matter that it's an old man, it doesn't matter that it's like your brother, it doesn't matter that he's the world champion, it doesn't matter. Okay, in multiple games. Why do I tell them this? Because I tell them I might be a nobody. You guys in the Gundam chat might be like, okay, Coach makes Gundam content. What you guys don't know is I don't make content about my other games, about League of Legends, about any of these things. And just like that, I'm a very small hidden gem, a minority, someone that a lot of people don't know about, period. The only people who know about me is the people surrounded by me. Okay, so if you get to know me, I almost like always say that if you know me and you understand and respect me and be like, who is this guy, why is he so good, etc., and learn from him and really like respect me, and you will go really, really far. Why? Because no matter what game I play, no matter what I touch, basically, I'm like basically gonna be very good at it. And that's because I understand how to attack the game. And number 2, okay, and no mercy is right. Okay, Cobra Kai, strike first. Always lurking, sounds good. So, and recently I had, if you guys are following for Warhammer 40k, one of my clients went and played against Jack Harpster. Jack Harpster is on Art of War. He is one of the best players in the world, period. Multiple, like, big champion in multiple different tournaments and stuff. Extremely good player. One of the best players in the world. My client is capable of beating him. Why is he capable of beating him? Because he's been coached by me. That's it. He's been coached by me, and thus he is capable of beating him. Now, he might not win every single game because he's not me. He hasn't had the experience yet, but he's been given the tools and he knows the foundation of how to beat players. But when you meet somebody who is world champion or whatever, they have a renowned name to them, and you're like, wow, this guy's this good. I need to be extra careful. I need to do certain things that I wouldn't normally do. I always tell them, no, it doesn't matter who your opponent is. It could be me. It could be somebody else. Your number one goal is to completely annihilate them and play your game, right? You're not trying to beat your opponent because they have a name or something. You're trying to play the game as if they're a robot, you're a robot, and you're playing as best as you can. Okay, now obviously, when you play against specific players and the skill level rises, especially in card games like poker, you're going to be able to tell tells, and you need to find alternate ways to deceive and do all these things. But ignoring that whole point, you need to go into the game with confidence, and nothing should affect you. The renown that somebody has should not affect how you're playing. Okay, and so that happened recently, and so everybody in chat, period, and I always tell people this, you need to sit down and destroy your opponent, especially in the first couple of rounds. Because in the first couple of rounds of any single tournament, okay, not going to call out any names here, but you guys know who you are, you should not be losing. In the first round, it is the most easiest round of your tournament, and you should make it your goal that this is the most freest round. This is like a, you know, a training dummy, essentially, round 1. I should never lose round 1. I will go into this tournament. Round 1 happens. My goal is to see how much can I rev myself up. And if I'm going to make any mistakes, it's going to be in round 1. But I'm going to warm myself quite a lot. And I'm going to make sure that I'm going to push myself to destroy this person. Because once I rev myself up, like, you know, high enough, get all heated and stuff, and I'm like all warmed up, ready to go for the tournament, that first round is essentially there to do that for you. And if you have some like anxiety or anything about round 1 or going into tournament, if you're gonna lose or win all this stuff, don't worry about it. Turn all that like energy into destroying your round 1 opponent, and hopefully they go and cry and quit the game forever, because that would be a, you know, an awesome statement to make, that you're that good that you literally made somebody quit the game. I don't care if it's toxic. I don't care if it's however you made them feel. It's a game. They should not be quitting and crying about it. But if you do make them feel that way, you did a damn good job, okay? And you're way better than them, and you literally made them suffocate and die. So that's excellent. Number 2, moving past this round 1 thing and having the confidence and keeping and sticking to your own game plan and how you should be playing the game, no matter who your opponent is, whether it's the finals or not, should not be really affecting you too much, is that how many mistakes do people make? Okay, so that's number 2. Number 2 is Stella says, except Vanguard, you will never beat me, JK. Yes, I'll never beat Stella in Vanguard because she's too good. I made someone punch themselves in the face in Halo 2. It's my favorite memory. That's very good. You should exactly do that, 100%. Number 2 is I want to ask the chat, now that we're at 31 viewers steadily. Okay. I want you guys to, in one sentence, don't like spread it out, tell me what do you guys think are your biggest mistakes, right? Tell me how often you make mistakes and what are the mistakes that you can clearly tell are your biggest mistakes. Okay? You have to start off ruthless because you have to jump off into the water, okay? The swimming pool is there, the cliff is there. Your entire job is stop shaking your boots, stop holding yourself back, just jump, just do it, okay? Your opponent's in front of you, just start throwing punches at him, right? Just do your combo. Your opponent's probably feeling the same way you are. They're like, oh, round one anxiety bullshit, they're like shaking or whatever, right? Depending on who they are. It's like, no, if this person is shaking, if you're shaking, you're a weakness, okay? You are weak. You deserve to lose that round one because you're shaking and you have anxiety and all these problems. You should honestly just concede that round one and get the stress out of the way immediately or whatever. But number two, if your opponent is like that, which a lot of people are gonna be, dude, take advantage of it. Take advantage of it, and don't you dare lose to someone who is literally shaking in their boots, who has almost no confidence and is freaking out and is at the point of breaking at any moment, okay? Forgetting effects on my own cards, especially if they're +1s. Okay, misclicking MSA. Yes, let's get all this up. I want to write this down. So, misclick MSA. Forgetting effects of cards, especially +1. Playing safe when shouldn't. Playing a link card first when I probably should have saved it for a better time. Okay. Playing links early when I can save for better time. Playing a link card first. Yeah, me too, Joe. Me too. Not knowing when to play aggressive versus defensive, biggest issue for me. When to be aggressive versus defensive. Anybody else got anything in chat? Okay, and the reason why I'm asking this right now is because it's extremely surprising how many mistakes somebody makes, and when I sit down and coach somebody, it's always baffling to me, like, because I hang out with like some people that are maybe better at the game, but when I'm coaching people, especially newer clients, when I finally get to backseating them or watching them play, especially on MSA, because on MSA I can literally see their mouse moving and almost like their thought process, like it's a video game, and see exactly what they want to do, what's going through their head, or they're just like paralyzed and they're playing very slow. Okay, and it's crazy to me. And just like that, you guys should also be aware of not only your own weaknesses, but other people and the more common ones. Because as soon as you start overcoming your problems and you understand that, hey, I'm good at all these things, or a few of these things, or let's say all these things I'm writing down right now, that we are all equally bad at it. Okay, I'm going to start off with that. We're all equally bad at it. The second one of us starts to check mark that we are good at this specific ability, or we don't misplay in this specific way, we are now at an advantage against our opponent, whoever it is, because we are going into it saying we're all average, we all make mistakes. We needed to find out which mistakes we make a lot and which mistakes our opponent makes a lot, and if we can capitalize on it or be aware of it, we can do better. Okay, let's write down. I should be more comfortable with not attacking. I know sometimes passing turn and waiting is not remove swing anyways. Did you say anything yet? Okay, so more comfortable with not attacking. I know sometimes. Okay, not attacking. Not attacking is a big one. Not attacking. Playing bases just because. Playing bases just because. I hate leaving resources up and not attacking. Forgetting my opponent's possible boss card or curve. Okay, playing into my opponent big card / power move. Now, you guys in chat who have gotten coached by me hands-on and have signed up for coaching, you guys literally already know that I've talked to you about this, and you guys have already learned most of these things and how to like not do them. Right? It's something that I teach without even asking you what your weaknesses are. I literally bring these things up and I inform you. This is why I build everybody, every single one of my clients are built up from ground zero all the way up, right? It's always a refresh, start from zero all the way up, because I'm gonna tell you right now, like 90% of card players don't know what the hell they're talking about. Don't know anything. And even in the local community Discord, in Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic the Gathering, every single person, they say this is a good player, but he actually just copies tactics and deck lists, and he can just play better. But that doesn't mean he actually is understanding how to do things better. And most of the time, he is probably asking people or looking up YouTube videos on how should I play the deck, how can I combo, what position do I want to get into, and thus he's essentially just copy pasta over and over again. He himself is not using his own brain to come up with those plays. He is simply acquiring more data, and once he's acquired all of these like different ways of playing his deck and abilities and unlocking extra knowledge or kind of skipping through the learning curve, he's simply just clicking buttons, and the button macro does things for him. Deciding when to swing at units versus life, attacking units versus life. What else is there? When to swing at base versus trade units, playing too many cards when I should save some, playing too many cards. Okay, we got a bunch in chat so far. Okay, so number one, misclicking on MSA. Okay, I've done this as well. But the biggest, I see more people do this than me, because I don't really misclick too much on MSA, because I got that out of my system for the most part. Like actively misplaying is something that I do when I'm reading chat, of course, but I don't misplay when I'm playing real cards. Misclicking on MSA, you simply need to, if you're gonna practice on MSA, right, don't be sleepy, don't be all these things. And if you're gonna misclick, like, you understand you're misclicking on MSA, you simply need to always remind yourself that, hey, if I attack, there's an action step trigger. Okay, I need to then click the right thing in the middle, and you know where these things are. If you visualize it right now, you can visualize, hey, if I attack my opponent, right, if I click the attack button, it will choose opponent, which is the middle, or their units. I click their opponent or the units. Very simple. And then it goes to the action step, so don't skip it or click yes or no. Same thing with mulligans. At the beginning of the game, keeping your hand is on the right side, not keeping it is on the left side. Okay, so misclicking on MSA, either you're too tired, you're trying to go too quickly, and there's no reason to go too quickly on MSA, because you have like 60 seconds and there's a whole time thing, and you know, just take a step back. No one's really in a rush. So simply to kind of misclick on MSA, I'll probably suggest, it's a very vague one, but I'll probably suggest that whenever you click one button, take 5 seconds, then click the next one, or take 2 seconds. You can think of it that when you click one thing, it rebuffers the timer. When it rebuffers the timer, you essentially have another 2-second delay before you need to make another move. So make a move, take 2 seconds, make a move, take 2 seconds, make a move, take 2 seconds, and that will probably help. Okay, so we'll scratch that off. Forgetting effects of cards, especially AP +1 abilities. Okay, if you are forgetting the effects of cards in your hand, right, your own cards, you're either not used to the deck, which is fine. But actually, before we even get into any of these things, okay, before we even get into any of these things that I have written on the screen, what we need to first understand is what we have written on the screen. All these things are very basic, super basic. You guys can look at this and say, man, why do people make such common mistakes? Like, this is like tripping on the staircase, right? This is like somebody not knowing how to use the microwave or something. I don't know. So it's easy stuff. Everybody should be knocking these out of the park and improving on these by themselves, because these are such simple mistakes that nobody should be making. And everybody should sit down, think to themselves, what are their weaknesses? What are their mistakes? There's two reasons for this. One, to self-improve. Okay. Two, and I tell this to my clients, you have gotten coaching. You are improving actually, you're the person who is getting the gym or going to the gym. If you're going to the gym, you are by default stronger than anybody else who is relatively the same size as you, just automatically, because you're actively gaining muscle, you're actually working out, you're getting coaching by me. Okay, so anybody in chat wants to improve at Gundam or wants to hit the TCG gym, sign up for coaching with me, because you're actually going to be in the gym. It's better for being in tune with the game. It's better for keeping the motivation going, because as long as you have put your money down, you have a coach, you know that every single week or whatever time it is, you're going to sit down for some coaching. It's going to give you some new motivation. And as you accelerate and progress forward, you're going to find new ways to have fun with the game, which is good. So all these things that we just have written down here, okay? Number one, check mark all these things that you yourself are good at. Then number two, think about all the ones that you're not good at. Okay, then you can add more to it if you have more problems and so on. But these are some of the options available to you that your opponent is going to be bad at. Okay, because people in the chat are bad at these things, and specifically. So an advantage you can gain, okay, in Gundam or in card games is going to be something that you need to determine that you are good at or your opponent is not good at, essentially. If your opponent is not good at attacking the base or playing links or doing all these things, then you can capitalize on those moments because you know their clear weaknesses. Now, if you take this screenshot, or not a screenshot, but all these things right here and other ones you can think of, write them on a piece of paper. If somebody plays against you, like let's say you're playing against your partner or somebody else, your friend, and you exchange papers. You say, hey, these are my weaknesses and my strengths. These are yours. Now you can start playing the game and attacking your opponent's weaknesses directly because you know your opponent is going to make that mistake. Okay? And you don't want to play into their strength because you know that this person is good at doing these things. He's good at playing blockers. He's good at being very aggressive and following the right lines. He's good at, choosing and controlling or choosing to attack the shields or the units and controlling the pace of the game and tempo. But he's really bad at, remembering card effects. He always plays his cards too aggressively and walks into a wing zero. He plays too passively and never goes for my shields. So that means I'm at less risk of dying. I can actually take a more conservative turn because I know he won't go aggro on me all of a sudden, even though he's playing just because he's playing a blocker deck, he's gonna play more block. He's gonna be more defensive overall. Like my dad, for example, will always be more defensive, take the most safest route possible. And even says he sometimes does need to be a little bit more aggressive. He learned that playing Yu-Gi-Oh! That he does at some point need to also win the game, so he needs to be a little bit aggressive, but he never actually dials that up to from 20% to 40%. He doesn't know how to fluctuate that back and forth. The risk tolerance isn't there for him. Why is this important? Because you cannot beat an enemy, going back to my first point, if you think he is Superman. Okay, if you think this person unbeatable, you're not going to be able to beat them. Number two, if you don't understand what goes into making you good or bad at a specific skill, which are all these things on the screen, then you're not going to know how to abuse them. Okay, you're also not going to know whether or not your opponent is making a mistake or not making a mistake. So you need to sit down and think about, okay, if I'm good at this, why am I good at it? If I'm bad at these things, and then improve on those, right? And if as you start to tackle that and improve on it, you're going to then develop the sense of, hey, I improved on this specific skill because I understood something different about these moments, and then you'll start picking up on different things you can do. And if your opponent does not understand these opportunities that are presented, or he's making misplays, you're only going to catch up to them or catch on to them, either because they're obvious, or two, because you've done your homework and you know this is the wrong thing to do. You've touched fire and you know that it burns your hand, but somebody else who has not touched fire is not going to know that. Or eating expired food is going to make you get sick, but somebody kids, as they grow up into their teenager, like more like 25, 26. That's when they find out that, oh my god, I'm eating expired food. It's making me, you know, go to the restroom. I'm not gonna do that in the future unless I'm really desperate to like drink something or eat something and risk it, and so on. Same with food poisoning effects. So we have to first understand that these are all the options in which ways a person can improve and in which ways you can basically be good at a game of Gundam. Now, how many of these things that we can check mark the boxes off of is going to determine how good I am at Gundam more than you are. Okay? And that is going to determine if I am a better player than you or a worse player than you. Besides that point, like, you can sit down and play Gundam, and you play against, like, let's say that it's the best player in your area, or maybe somebody who is your rival, or somebody who, you know, he's a good player. You know he's not amazing, but you know he's a good player. But what makes somebody a good player? What makes somebody a good player is the lines that he takes, the moves that he makes on a chessboard. Okay, he can see different opportunities presented. He plays either more conservatively, he plays better. Hey, welcome back, Big Beans. And so you need to be able to understand what makes somebody good in the first place to understand if somebody's actually very, very good at the game or if somebody's bad, and also what is the difference between you and him. Okay, you can't just say somebody's good, because a lot of time I'll ask my clients, hey, you always lose to this person in the finals of your tournament. Why is he beating you? Or is he actually good at the game? Because you're telling me that he's good, but what makes him good? I'm going to ask that question. What makes him good? And a lot of the time people cannot answer that. Even the Gundam community server, like, they can't answer why somebody's good at the game. They can't answer why they themselves are good at the game. Because they simply don't know. They simply are just doing things and they're winning games. And especially in the game of Gundam, where you can kind of win 40% of the time just off of luck, kind of, in the deck that they're playing. So does the deck make somebody a lot better? Is their deck more refined? Are they playing aggro and winning games? Does that make them good? Because that doesn't really make somebody good. If you're playing the same deck, you know, what decisions am I making? What decisions is the best player in the world making? And what decisions is the worst player or someone who's not good at the game doing? The difference is the decisions that we are making lead us to our victories. And that's what we need to understand, is that it comes down to decisions, and we can see decisions that you guys cannot. And because we understand different aspects about the game and we're better at them, we take different lines. And now I can clearly say that I am better than you because I understand to not forget these things. I understand when I should be playing safe or I shouldn't be playing safe and go more aggressive. I understand that not attacking is a skill, and there's layers that go into that make it extremely valuable, and when to do it, when not to do it. Or specific decks that do it more often and when not to do it. Like, if you've seen my clan video, you know that I've explained this a little bit in there about the whole not attacking thing, and the whole playing basis thing. Okay, so does anybody in chat, like, was that a good breakdown, or just me talking about it? Was that too much? Was that just too much talking, or was that does everybody follow along with that? Playing too many cards, how to bait my opponent. Joe says that's a good one, how to bait my opponent. Probably don't need to block every attack. Yeah, turn them sideways, dopamine. Being on autopilot, just doing things. Speedrun MSA, slow down and think, back over 2 weeks. Knowing the deck, in my opinion, is key. If you don't know the ins and outs of a deck, you can lose because your opponent knows what's coming and what they should do to counter. Turn 4 and Blur Pool, except Amuro Gundam. Yes. Okay. Sounds about right. Superfly guy, welcome in. Okay. Everybody else, what I just yapped about, does that miss it? Just gotta work. Well, small Hans, you can go back and listen, but pretty much I said you need to understand what makes somebody good or bad in the first place, so you can abuse their weaknesses, and based on what makes them good or bad and how many times they can check off certain skill sets is you can actually determine whether you're a lot worse or you're actually equal with them or not. Pretty good explanation. I purposely keep Amuro, put Mika on it, and give the ping and heal to get the boost and save Amuro for turn 5 and 6 with blockers hit. There you go. See? Alternate play lines from Baked Beans. Okay. That right there would be a good example of what make Baked Beans better than other people playing Blurple, because he's actually choosing to do a... If you do not understand why somebody is good or bad, then you need to stop and think about why somebody is good or bad. If the deck is doing all the work, then it doesn't matter. But if you can actually break down why somebody is good or bad, you will then understand which steps you need to take or which areas of the game you need to improve on to catch up to them or surpass them in the first place. That is essentially it. Okay, so now let's get back to this. So let's go to forgetting effects of cards, especially +1s. If you're forgetting your own cards, either you're not playing enough, because coming back to a game or me going to Digimon after like a month of not playing it, you know, I'll relatively remember, but I'll always forget a little bit. That's normal. That's very, very normal. Okay, generally it takes, in a much more competitive game, it takes generally 2 days for me, but I give other people in like video games 3 days to do a hardcore like boot camp practice, 3 days in a row to recalibrate themselves to performing really, really well. So it takes 3 days, okay, to really calibrate yourselves. And more elite players, I give them only 2 days, because you should know how to get from 0 to hero in any game you play, especially the one that you're already used to. Even if you took a break, just like soccer, football, you have that summer camp to get back into shape. You do that, and same thing in Gundam and other games as well, just that it's 2 days or 3 days. Okay, so forgetting effects of cards and +1s. Number 1, if you're forgetting your own card effects, you're not reading. Okay, you should be able to, like, you should read your cards often. When you look at your deck, even if you already know what the card does, you know, just simply read the card, because you have nothing to do or you're sitting around. Honestly, read your cards over and over again, because you will memorize what the card actually says word for word. Back in the day in Yu-Gi-Oh, you actually had to know what the card said word for word, because it actually mattered. The ruling was based on the words on the card, and very good players would understand this and memorize the exact wording of the card, and thus they knew whether a card could work or not work in a certain situation, or they could go back and grab a certain card because they needed a card that specifically said something in a particular order. So you should not forget about your own card effects. Now, in terms of triggers and these things, if you're forgetting about those, you should on the side probably play, how can I put it? If you're forgetting triggers, you should really punish yourself that you forgot something. And by punishing myself, I would say, like one of my clients, if he's gonna forget or make mistakes commonly, I need to be really hard, aka I forfeit. Okay, like I will simply just say I forfeit the game, I made a mistake that is clearly a big mistake, we're gonna restart the game, because I'm not playing this out. I'm not giving myself that leeway of, oh, I'll keep playing or I'll go back and fix it. No, forfeit, restart the game, next game. I cannot make that mistake, because it ends up in me in an automatic game loss. Okay, you can be hard on yourself like that. Reading your cards often helps a lot, and everybody forgets cards if they take a long break or something or don't play a lot, but it's something that you should not be forgetting. And if you're gonna make a move and you're forgetting your card effects, you need to sit there, and this is when you can kind of like take the extra minute to read your abilities, sequence it in your head correctly, and even talk out loud as you play. If you don't talk out loud as you're playing the game and saying that this will happen, that this will happen, showing your intent of what the card is designed to do, then that might not go well for you. You should probably start doing that as you play the card, declaring what you're actively attempting to do with the card, because maybe you'll forget that Duo has, you know, an ability that says you can't reduce his AP, and your opponent will remind you in that instance that he cannot be reduced, or vice versa. Not on unforeseen, but maybe on something else, and you know, he might stop you, especially if you play, yeah, do something like that, before it's too late, essentially. Footing card effects like +1. So playing safe when you shouldn't. So playing safe when you shouldn't be playing safe is something that you need to understand about. This is how long is the game gonna go? Okay, how long is the game gonna go is a big part of it. If you are playing safe, is there any way for you to actually get out of the situation? And what are your odds about actually, like, what are your odds in winning the game? Are you down in the waters, like out of 10, let's just say out of 10, are you sitting at a 2 where you're gonna lose the game if you don't do something? Then go all in, obviously. But if you're sitting at a 3 or a 4 out of 10, there's still leeway. You can still go down a notch, right? And you can think to yourself, well, if he does a okay play or hits me again next turn, I'll go down to like 2 out of 10 where I'm just about to lose, but edge of the cliff, I can still keep going. Gotta head out. All right, see you, Stella. Have fun with your spouse. But so you need to determine where you are on the scale. Okay, how deep in the water are you? When you are learning how to swim, okay, and maybe a lot of you guys haven't experienced this, but when you're learning how to swim or in training, you know, you think, oh, I'm gonna drown, you're just willing your arms, but you're not gonna drown. Your dad or parents or the teacher just looks at you and says, bro, you're not gonna drown if you just flail your arms around. I know you're gonna stay up for like at least another minute by default, but if you calm down for a second and realize you're actually not drowning, you're kicking and screaming, you're gonna be perfectly fine until you actually go down in the water because you're running out of energy. Okay, so you need to determine how deep in the water are you, and when are you gonna run out of gas? How much do you need to bet on your opponent not having the out, and how much you need to bet on you having the out? If you have like basically 0 chance of drawing what you need to draw to turn the game around, and you already know this based on your hand, maybe you have like your hand is like turn 4, turn 5, you have no show resolves, you're running out of gas, it's probably time to start going all in and hoping your opponent does not have everything he needs to stop you, and maybe his hand is really, really bad just like yours, and then you can kind of like sneak one in and win the game. 2, if you are losing the game, okay, but you do have a way out, you need to determine that how many turns do you have left? Can I take another hit? Can I take another hit? Okay, it's like playing 21. Okay, if you're playing 21, okay, and you have, I don't know, 2 aces, you can take another hit. If you draw 2 off the top of the deck, 100% you can take another hit. But as you head towards, like, let's say 18, 19, then it gets scary. So you need to determine on a scale how deep in the water you are. Are you gonna lose, or are you going to like immediately win if you go all in? And I highly recommend to my clients, if the win is on the edge, where if you do go all in, you know if your opponent does not have the answer and you are going to win the game, go for it. It's 50-50, whether he has it or he doesn't have it. And if you don't know whether he has it or not, and there's been no clues thus far that he has wing 0 or he has a specific way of winning the game, go for it. And then just win the game by that metric, basically. But if you're in the middle or somewhere between like, 3 and 7, 3 and 8 or whatever, you need to really decide, is it worth the risk to go all in at this specific moment? And this, I can't go even more in depth on this because that would be me literally sitting here and coaching all of you guys on every single one of these parts that people pay me for. So yeah, but if you really want to go into this even deeper and learn the tools required to do well upon these questions that we have here and how to improve on these directly from me, then you guys will need to get coaching. But that is how you determine whether you should be playing safe or you should not be playing safe. Okay, is the risk versus the reward, essentially. In terms of like board states and all this stuff, it changes, because I'm not going to sit here and explain to you or other people that this is the game state, you should go all in. Okay, that's a cop-out answer, kind of. Like, in your game, you should have went all in, but like your friends come up to you, said, oh, you should have attacked him in this situation because of this, whatever. It's like, okay, but in the other 99 situations, you know, they don't know what to do. You don't know what to do. So what they need to explain to you and teach you is how to actually understand what to do in every single situation, because you have a tool. You need to gain a tool as a human being and as a trading card game player to be able to analyze the game state. It could be turn 1, it could be from mulligan, it could be, you know, turn 10 or 12, doesn't matter, at any point, and it could be really, really quickly, right? And so that timing of when you should have went all in can change. This is what I mean by, like, the wing decks currently that are doing really well have like heavy arms or death sides, baby death sides and stuff, because we understand we need to start going all in against certain deck types immediately. Okay, in certain situations we can go all in and abuse someone's you know, defenses, and they're like not very defensive, they have weaknesses in the early game. We can bypass that. Someone draws a bad hand, we can beat it. Going back to GDO 1, if you played freedom blockers, the problem with freedom blockers, or like wing with ramp purely, kind of, was that you have no early game cards. You have no units in the early game. You cannot what do you call it? You cannot punish your opponent for having a bad hand, because the first card you're gonna play is like a Lifrith, then like a ramp card, then a wing Gundam. So like you're not playing anything till like turn 4, turn 5 to actually punish your opponent. So they have 4 or 5 turns to just draw more cards, get out of the situation, play more blockers if they have any. But if you have a more aggressive line and you have some option in your deck like Michaelis, Baby Death Scythe, and so on, Baby Kshatriyas, you can go really, really aggressive early and punish them because you understand what is happening. And also you might just need to. So that's my answer to playing safe and when shouldn't. Playing links early and when I can save them for a better time. Right, so playing links early versus when you can save them for a better time. There's one of the easy answer to this problem, which is links give you haste. If you can go wide and then save the haste for next turn, you get an extra attack immediately. So you want to do that, right? That's just for aggro decks and other people. If you were trying to go for game or something, go wide first, save the link for on the turn that you're going to go and attack and do the widest attack possible. That's obvious. The second part to this is like, okay, do I save my link for, you know, my Ale Strike? Do I save it for my Death Scythe? Or sorry, do I play Death Scythe with no pilot? Do I play Ale Strike with no pilot? And do I save my links for later in the game because I'll need something quick to turn the pace of the game in my favor? And in that case, what ends up mattering the most is, in this game I value pilots as, so, you know, people think, oh, you play a pilot, you play Amuro Gundam, you get a +1, but you have to realize you played 2 cards to get that +1. So I always, number one, state that a pilot is still a card. If I play a pilot, I need to at least trade it for a 1-to-1. Okay. Number 2, a pilot generally is a more premium card. So when you play a link, you're generally trying to get a 3 for 2 out of it. Why? Because you play your link unit, you kill something, then they need to play a link unit to kill your link unit. So you get a, they lose 3 cards, you lose 2 cards. That's a +1 overall. So you generate value that way. So I highly recommend that when you play pilots, you treat them as, when I play a pilot, it's still a card I'm playing. It needs to get some sort of value. I need to trade it for something as if it was a Fatal Strike, 1-for-1 trades. Otherwise, the card is useless, or it's not getting as much value as should it be. Number 2, tempo. Pilots essentially in this game give anything haste, and haste is important. Why? Because if your opponent does put you on the back foot all of a sudden because they did a really good play with Ale Strike Kira, right? They bounce something, swing at something, well, or they're gonna armor you and kill something. That's when a pilot is very useful because it re-stabilizes the game. And just because they have a single GM on the board at this point, you're okay taking that single hit. It's like, oh yeah, it's not a big deal, okay? But if you don't get rid of that Gundam Amuro or the Shenlong or whatever link unit it is, it's gonna be a big problem. And if you play your own link unit first, thinking that you're gonna get value out of it, what you're trying to do is increase the pace of the game, but you also don't want your own pace to be slowed down. If you're gonna link to increase the pace, then your opponent also decreases the pace back to neutral. Let's say you play Gundam Amuro, then they play Gundam Amuro, kill your Gundam Amuro. You're not really getting anywhere too much. It's very easy to slow the pace down back to neutral almost from the get-go. So you don't really want to do that because you don't know how many pilots your opponent has, you don't know how many pilots you have, and how the game's gonna go. You generally want to keep the board. You want to keep the heat like at a nice high medium area, and then build upon it, and then send a crushing blow that generally says, please answer this or you will lose. Okay, or it's gonna be a big swing for me. Like, I already swung towards you, gain some momentum. If you don't do something immediately, I'm gonna be very advantageous into you. Or number two, okay, if I do something advantageous and I gain like Gundam Amuro, for example, whatever you do to try and restabilize against Gundam Amuro, I still have a wide enough board that they're gonna win the game for me. Like, my general's gonna go in, cause a bunch of chaos. You're gonna kill my general, but everybody around the general are gonna still be around, causing problems. And so you gotta deal with not just my linked unit, but also my other units as well in the same turn. You're giving your opponent too much to chew on at the same time, and so you're basically overwhelming them all at once. So you want to give your opponent more units and things than they can answer at once, and thus you can get an extra value out of your smaller units or extra units on the side, or they'll choose to go after your small units, and then your big unit can kind of continue to stay around, or do more damage or trade afterwards, and so on. So I guess that's my answer at the moment for linking and saving it for later on. And then of course we had Baked Beans share an example that he had with Amuro and Mikazuki about how he generates extra value, and in specific matchups he saves his pilot because he knows that he doesn't want to use it early, because his opponent will say, oh, maybe he doesn't have Amuro, maybe he doesn't have this, right? Keep your opponent guessing at all times is what's going to be pretty good there. Want to be aggressive versus defensive. I kind of talked about this already, about playing it safe when you shouldn't. By default, you always want to be aggressive, okay? When people ask me if I'm an aggressive player or a defensive player, etc., I kind of tell them that I'm actually neither of those. Kind of. I'm actually a very aggressive player, but a different type of aggressive, okay? I am right in the middle. I'm on my tippy toes, bouncing back and forth, and I'm ready to fluctuate between defensive or aggressive at any point, which is way more dangerous. Okay, I'm playing on a knife's edge at all times, and I'm always ready to change up the game however I want and control the pace of the game in my favor. But also, if you make a single mistake, I'm going to capitalize on it or apply pressure out of nowhere, which is really, really powerful. And I can also be extremely defensive, right? I might show to my opponent that, hey, I'm in neutral position right now. I'm just bouncing back and forth. Nothing's going on. But you don't know how defensive I can be and how fast I am, right? Almost like an unboxing ring, like Muhammad Ali. Like, I'm there. I can, like, Muhammad Ali basically was a sting like a full like a butterfly, sting like a bee, essentially. So he's right there. He's ready. And if you come at me and be aggressive, all of a sudden I can be extremely defensive and switch gears, and now I've shut down your offensive capability completely. And that's really good. One of the other things that I always tell people is that if I pull up this right here, is that this is 0, okay, or 5, whichever one you want to call it. And on this side of the pole is aggressive, and this side of the pole is defensive, okay? I am always in the center, essentially, but certain deck archetypes or certain champions in games or people are always on some side of the spectrum. You don't want to be on one or the other side of the spectrum, and when you do, you want to carefully put yourself and insert yourself in a specific section. So if this is 5, right, which is neutral, it's very easy to go from 5 to aggressive or defensive because it takes 1 tick. Okay, you can go to 6 or you can go to 4. Very easy, 1 tick. But somebody who is already by default starting at 8 or has gone to 8 or has gone to like 3 or whatever, it takes them multiple ticks to go back to neutral, then go to defensive. Okay, so a person who's very aggressive or already has all in or is about to attack you, he cannot simply move back to defense because you're hitting with a counter punch. But you can very easily just take a step back and all of a sudden you're in the defensive position. Okay, or all of a sudden you can take 1 step forward and be in an offensive position. It's very easy to just go back and forth at all time between offense and defense, 24/7. And to be offensive or be in the driver's seat, you don't have to be at an 8. If you're at a 6, you're offensive. Okay, they're the same thing. If you're at a 4, you're defensive, same thing. But it's very difficult to get from like 10 or 1 back to 5 to a neutral position, and thus it takes a lot longer. It takes setup to become defensive. It takes setup to kind of like take a bunch of hits to the shield area and then kind of rebuild your board because you decided to like let your ail strike die. You decided to use your blockers aggressively to block, and now you're running out of resources. Or, you know, you played all your cards and you played a bunch of blockers, and now you need time to go find the cards in your deck that are your offensive pieces because you kept a hand that had 4 Lifrits in it because you said, oh, this is really good against aggro. But it's like, well, I blocked him a lot, but I can't actually kill him because all I had was Lifrits, and now I'm waiting turn after turn to try and draw my other cards to start winning the game, essentially. Okay, so delete all this. So when to be aggressive and defensive is something that, again, just ties into how deep in the water are you, and you always want to try to like gain a little momentum at a time. And it's going to also tie into some of the other things we have on here, like attacking the units versus life. Gundam is a very board centric game, right? So you want to control the board first and then life second, unless you're of course Hail Marying for it because you have no other way. And if you're playing a very aggressive deck, then you have high maneuver, links, all this stuff. You can go very, very aggressive with the life because your opponent will trade their units for your units on their own turn. You don't need to waste your own turn attacking into them. Okay, so don't suicide units into them. Be like, hey, if he doesn't trade units with me, I'm gonna get another attack in, or I can trade with him if I want to next turn anyways. So I'm gonna attack his shields and let him trade his unit into me on his turn instead of mine. So I get basically a shield and a trade instead of just a trade. Went to be aggressive. Okay, not attacking. Now, okay, not attacking is a very interesting and deep thing, kind of, because let me read chat before I get into not attacking. I think I see people not doing MSA correctly. Do not use MSA for deck consistency. It's not going to show you real life weeklies. Prove this. MSA to practice tricks to combos. Yes, sir. Exactly. MSA is like really bad for me to like test decks on, even on stream, and you guys see me lose, but like then people take the deck list to their locals, they win with it, or they take the decks to like new types, they win with it. MSA is just a pile of shit, I'm gonna be honest. And when I play in person or on webcams, I win a lot more games on that as well than I do on MSA Arena for sure. These combos are key to win. If you play knowing, okay, I want to do this and this 3 turn forward. Yes, if they counter you, can we do combo can do is where MSA shines. Yeah, MSA is simply just a training bot. Just made one of those stupid winning decks and went 2-0. And I felt like I did absolutely nothing in terms of skill. You're correct. You probably did do nothing in terms of skill. What are your thoughts on the current state of the meta? physics, I think that the current state of the meta is the same as it's been in GDO 1, GDO 2, GDO 3, for what is at the top end. But the top end of the food chain has dropped down by 10% in blockers and aggro, and that 10% has been moved over to the alternate decks that we have access to. Okay, and the reason for that is not because the decks that we got currently have access to like more consistency or anything like that. It's mostly because there are more stupid cards in the game that are an anomaly. For example, you're playing the game, they play Neo Zeon, okay, and you're like, wow, I'm gonna lose the game now. All of a sudden, like, you're playing a blocker deck, you play Neo Zeon and lose the game. You're playing aggro and you go at their shield, and they play Graceful Demeanor, right? If they get really lucky and they play 2 Graceful Demeanors out of shield area, that's gonna set you back a lot, and you can lose the game from that point on. Another thing for like blocker decks as well, if you play against Neo Zeon, when you're war and stuff, and you play into that, and all of a sudden they have multiple Neo Zeon getting multiple tokens, or they play 2 Corsica bases, you will lose the game, right? The thing about Corsica bases is that it's limited to 2 now. But when you play the 2 in one game, you feel the power of that 2. Most of the time, you end up winning. And before that restriction, people would play 4 copies of it, and that would just simply happen significantly more often, and that means their win rate was up significantly more, essentially. And so, yeah, that's happening. So this happened in GDO 4 right at the beginning, where it felt like there's these oddball decks in the metagame that if I pair into Neo Zeon as a wing player, I'm gonna mostly lose. If I play into Victory Gundam and they get Victory Gundam out, or the CB card out, and they have blockers or some way of keeping it around for a couple turns, I'm gonna lose because they're getting so much card advantage, and nobody else in the game has, you know, +1 every single turn off like Victory or CB first strike draw card. We don't have access to generating that every single turn by default. It's like on attack draw, on attack draw. If like Wing Zero said on attack draw, Wing Zero would just be winning a lot of games, but it doesn't say that, right? So there's issues with the game because certain decks simply have, like, they're pushing certain boundaries of the game design and how the game's gonna be good, and it's adding a lot more randomness to the game. It's complete RNG. It's like playing Hearthstone or some other game, or Union Arena. It's like, dude, I lost this game for no reason. So there's even more RNG to the game, based on the matchup, randomly based on these random cards from the shield area or high rolls. Something that I was actually doing with the burst mechanic, but I had to kind of build my deck around it. It's just more of it now, but in all decks. And there's also just, you know, bigger top ends, and we can simply lose because of that, on top of the whole you know, I bricked and lost, or like we saw in the finals of Japan, the 1 year war player opened like Gundam, Show Resolve, base, and like random stuff, and he just simply lost because all of his cards were level 3 or more. That's my thoughts on the meta. I don't think the meta has really changed. It just feels like it's kind of like shrunk in terms of like the middle ground and the top of the food chain, by just a little bit. I think the middle of the pack kind of went up by 5%, and there's like 2 more decks in there, and the top end of it dropped by 10%. And yeah, I'm also in the meta game in terms of like player base. There's a lot more players not choosing to play aggro as much, which goes a long way because they're not choosing to play aggro. There's less aggro in the meta game. It's not going to win as much. There's more people who are much more interested in CB or League or whatever, and so that's going to give people a harder time. And there's no sideboards or anything, and no best of 3, so you kind of sit down and it is what it is. A lot more RNG is invested in the game at the moment with this current meta. Okay, before I get into not attacking, Are you guys enjoying this so far? My yap session. What do you guys think of it? Let me know. I know you guys are quietly listening, but this is the time to let me know. While I drink my strawberry cream frappuccino. But I'm loving it. Just sorry I couldn't get better topics. Kodiak, you're fine. You don't need to be sorry. Everybody gave, you know, these things. I don't need a lot of different topics. The point is to get, I mean, the whole point is to get the point across of what I said earlier, and also give you guys some, I guess, tips as if I was coaching you guys on these things without going into specific details. Always appreciate your insight, coach. All right. So, not attacking. Not attacking is the art of doing nothing. Okay? One Punch has seen this happen live. Okay? I taught him the art of doing nothing and not attacking or whatever. Now, not attacking and not doing anything are two different things. But I'm going to talk about the art of doing nothing. When you do nothing, your opponent has no read on you because you haven't made a move. Okay? And so you haven't made a move. What's to complain about? Exactly, it's free coaching. Pretty much. You're getting like half of it here, essentially. So not attacking, the art of doing nothing. The art of doing nothing is extremely, extremely important. Okay? If I play a Liftrith, okay, let's say it's turn 4. If I play one Liftrith, I have 2 mana open. Now I have a second Liftrith in my hand. I can choose to play it. But if I choose to play that second Liftrith, my opponent now gains information and will play the game differently. Why? Because he has now understood that I have multiple blockers on the board. Because I have multiple blockers, he cannot allow me to build up super wide board of blockers, so he will simply choose to go extremely aggressive into me as fast as he can to get rid of them and close the game out before I play even more blockers and so on. Number 2, okay, if I don't play that second blocker, my opponent will understand that, oh, he might be playing red-white, he might be playing wing, where we play less blockers. He doesn't know that my whole hand is full of blockers because I am playing freedom blockers or whatever. But if I play that second blocker, he's automatically going to think that I am playing freedom blockers because I played a blocker on turn level 3. Then I played 2 blockers on level 4. Okay? What you do changes what your opponent is going to respond with and what your opponent is going to think. Okay, so when you're playing against your opponent, and if you're actually thinking about the game, which you guys should be, about what deck he's playing, all this stuff, whether I should go offensive or not, based on what he does and how aggressive he is, or how defensive he starts to make his board, etc., you are going to play differently. Because you would play differently, you should probably do and play the card, or play the right move and play the cards, or play a certain way that makes your opponent play the way that you want him to play. If you don't want him to play super aggressively and play that short resolve, then don't play 2 blockers. If you want him to hold the short resolve in his hand and play multiple cards on the board to match you, then play 2 blockers. If you want to hide the fact that you're playing freedom blockers, okay, then only play a single blocker and, you know, be done with it. If you play your first blocker, it comes to turn 4 and you have, like, let's say 2 blockers in your hand, but you don't know if your opponent's going to be very aggressive or not, yeah, just fully, then maybe you want him to attack into early on so you can gain extra access to cards from your shield area, like pilots and so on, because you really need pilots or you need a base or whatever. Then what you can do is simply say, I'm not going to play any blockers right now. I'm going to pass my turn. I have burn spells in my hand, or I have like the card that draws you a card at the end of your opponent's turn, or the action card, draw a card. You can choose to play something on your opponent's turn, or simply pass your turn. Don't do anything, just simply pass. Why? Because your opponent will understand that, oh, he passed his turn. He has nothing. He has a bricked, but I'm sitting there with a handful of blockers. Okay? He thinks you bricked. He's going to go all in, and then you play multiple blockers and match him. And now he's like, oh, why did I go all in? And what the hell's wrong with my opponent? Why did he not use up his resources on turn 4 to play all those blockers early on? Is because I'm trying to get in your head and make you choose certain paths that are going to be better for me. For example, why do I play Striker Pack when I know my opponent is holding Ale Strike Kira or Sword Strike Kira? Okay. Number one, if I'm scared of Ale Strike Kira and Sword Strike Kira on curve every single time, then I'll never have the chance of playing Striker Pack and them not having it, and thus gaining some amount of like small lead. Okay, I'll always be afraid of it. I'm afraid of something that might or might not exist. That is not something you should be afraid of. Okay, you need to understand with the hand that I have, with the game, with how this game is gonna go. Is it worth me to lose the Striker Pack and go down -1 card, or is it not? So why does Coach play Striker Pack against blue-white blocker decks in GDO 1, GDO 2, or mirror matches on purpose, knowing my opponent has Ale Strike Kira in their hand or Sword Strike? I play it because I understand that you will play Ale Strike Kira. You will remove my card. You will gain a +1 on me. Congratulations. I don't care. I skill checked you to make sure if you had it or not. Okay, I'm not afraid of you. Now that you played it, you used 2 cards in your hand. That leaves you with less cards in your hand. It's better for me to gauge what is left in your hand and read your entire hand, like Pegasus from Yu-Gi-Oh! Just without the eye, just off of intelligence. Rather than not doing that, you holding Ale Strike Kira or whatever in your hand. Maybe playing a Show of Resolve, drawing more cards. Now it's harder for me to, read off 7 cards in your hand than it would be to read off like 4 cards in your hand. On top of this, if I force you to play the Ale Strike Kira early, you don't have it for later. Okay? Number 2, the power Ale Strike, or number 3, the power Ale Strike Kira is not that you can play Ale Strike Kira and bounce a card. It's that you can bounce a card and attack into a card, thus removing 2 of my cards off the board. That is what's powerful about it, or a base. Then again, there's another way of looking at it. Is if you play Ale Strike Kira now, I'm playing a wing deck. Okay, if I force you to play Ale Strike Kira early on in the game, okay, you might use your EX resource, which might set you back. And then all of a sudden, I know that you're now down at EX resource. I force you to burn your EX resource to remove my Striker Pack, which is a net -1 for me for losing a card. But you played 2 cards to -1 me. So when I remove your Ale Strike Kira, I'm removing 2 cards. And that's me good for me. Gonna make up for the fact that I lost Striker Pack. You haven't gained the full advantage of Ale Strike Kira just yet, because I haven't lost -2 to equalize it. And you might have burned your EX resource, putting yourself behind in terms of like what you can play and how quickly you can be aggressive. Finally, because I'm playing Wing, I can simply play the Wing 0 and destroy not just Ale Strike, but also Kira. And against Freedom blockers in GDO 1 and GDO 2, it wasn't the Ale Strike Kira that I was so afraid of. What actually beat you is Freedom Gundam, and then Freedom Gundam slamming pilots onto your cards to give Wing 0 that has a hero link, or give Wing Gundam with the link -4, -6 AP, and thus it simply does 0 damage, and now you generate so much value that the Wing player loses. Okay, I always said, if they play 1 Freedom Gundam you can get around it. If they play 2 level 7 Freedom Gundams, you're pretty much almost out of the game. If you play 3 Freedom Gundams, the Wing Zero deck is gonna lose almost every single time. And so I just told people, if you want to beat Wing, the more freedoms you play, the more you're gonna win. End of it. There's nothing else you need to talk about. The more freedoms you play, the more you're gonna win. So play as many freedoms as possible, and you win the game. That is what determines whether you win or lose. People didn't understand this, and so they were like mulligan their freedoms or, you know, discard their freedoms. I'm like, no, no, you play them, you win the game, and there's no reason to play L-Strike Heroes in the early game because your opponent's not doing anything. The Wing player's not doing anything. So don't do it. So, hey, it's 8 a.m. for you. Thanks for watching. Twin Rotors. Yo, is that who I think it is? Coach YS, Supreme Yapper. Is that Nake? Yeah. So this is how you can, these are all like different ways you can use or sorry, this is like a deep analysis of how you can actually utilize the whole don't play anything. Okay, it's all about mind games and information. Okay, you are trying to gauge information when you play poker and you are betting or raising or whatever. How much you raise by, how much you bet, and so on determines what your hand is, and you're trying to gain information on your opponent's cards and who folds, who doesn't, etc. Same thing in card games. Now I understand we're playing Gundam. It's very simple right now, but in Digimon, not really Digimon, I can't really speak on it, but I mean I've been doing things in Digimon that are unique. But Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh, okay, you can find out what your opponent has or does not have based on how you play. Okay, and you need to do that. Actually, in Yu-Gi-Oh, people think it's impossible to tell what's in your opponent's hand, but for some reason the best Yu-Gi-Oh players in the world keep winning tournaments back to back to back because they understand what line they need and what line their opponent needs to stop them, and they can kind of bait them into playing or, you know, using their cards on specific things, or if they don't use it then they have to take a specific line now, and so on, or risk it for the biscuit as well. It's based on equity. Yes, exactly, it's based on equity. Okay, which is nothing to do with attacking right now, but the equity you gain in poker, right, is very important, which is nothing on here at the moment, but specific cards in your game will give you more equity. Like Witch in the Bride against blue white or blue red Banshee is worth 40%. That card by itself is worth 40%. That card by itself is worth 4 Lifrits. If you guys would think about what's the best card against like aggro, that card by itself wins you the game against Banshee mode. Very, very powerful. While Striker Pack out of burst has like out of your hand, Striker Pack is like just a Lifrit, whatever. But out of burst, Striker Pack holds like 20% equity in that match. It's worth as much as 2 Lifrits and so on, and so on. What is the equity of decision? Can you trade value for information that can net an advantage? Exactly. So, you know, cards hold certain equities and so on, but yeah, equity is a different topic. But yeah, okay, so not attacking. So that is like my whole sense of a not attacking. It's all information game. If you have a very specific strategy in your hand, aggro players do this in Magic the Gathering and other games where I can kill you, but I don't want you to know that I can kill you, thus I will not reveal my information. Why would I burn my entire hand to lower you to 1 HP for you to heal, when I can make you feel safe at 1 HP less than, I'll hit you for like 1 and pass my turn, making you have a choice. Do you heal now or do you play something? And if you play something, you're going to lose. If you heal, then I can again slowly burn you down to that number that I need you at to kill you in 1 single blow, so you have no way of responding. Okay, so you want your opponent to feel safe, but you know that they're not safe. Okay, so non-attacking is very good. You also want to respond to your opponent and keep them guessing. And this is also a feelings thing. Okay, it's a psychological warfare. Psychological warfare in trading card games is very important. Every single time you play 2 cards, your opponent feels like shit. Okay, they feel bad. Every time you link a unit, your opponent feels bad. Every time you link a unit, you feel good. Every time you play 2 cards, you feel good. Okay, when you're playing aggro, you go, oh, GM, Zakutu, you feel good. You play 2 lift crits on level 4, you feel good. Okay? When you feel good, your opponent feels bad. So, if you play a single lift crit, or you attack one at a time, if it doesn't make your opponent feel like shit, don't do it. The more times you can make your opponent feel like shit and affect their feelings mentally, and this is probably why people, when they play against me in Warhammer and other games in general, I'm not simply playing the game to beat you. I'm not simply making moves that are going to win me the game anyways, no matter what, almost. I'm not only going to win the game, but I'm going to win the game in a fashion where I'm going to, like, I'm going to make you feel very, very sad, okay? I'm going to inflict damage directly to your feelings and your mental state, essentially, and make you feel very depressed or sad and hurt your feelings when I'm playing against you. Why do I want to hurt your feeling when I'm playing against you? Because I want to throw you off your game. I want you to feel like you should just concede. And it's very nice for me when it's in a tournament and my opponent simply just picks up their cards and leaves or concedes. Okay? Because I want to get into their heads and I want them to feel like they got 100% have a perfect hand, perfect everything. But I am not simply hitting their shields. I'm hitting their shields in a specific way that also affects their mentality. Okay? It's almost like, you know, we've all kind of, everybody has been in there where we have the game dead to rights and we skip our turn, or we keep bouncing their cards, pass the turn, bounce their cards, pass the turn, just to, like, you know, layer on the, what's the word? Layer on the, I'm forgetting the word right now. But, yeah, we're just toying with them and, you know, they're not going to be happy about it. Which, it can be funny when you're playing against your friend, like, oh, I want to do this gimmick. Okay, I know I can end the game, whatever. But I'm not doing that to them. Okay, I'm not going that. Like, if the game's gonna end, I'm gonna kill them. I'm not gonna, like, mess around with them and play with that food. But in the same sense, we're just simply trying to do it, get the same result, be aggressive, but also every single time we make a move, it feels like they're suffocating. Okay, if I make a move and it feels like they're not suffocating, then it's not a chain reaction of, like, we're not stacking suffocation on top of suffocation on top of suffocation. We're going suffocation, let you breathe. Suffocation, let you breathe. I don't want that. I want suffocation on top of suffocation, and they're always expecting, man, I hope he doesn't do this or that. But every single time I play something, every single time I do something, he starts to realize every single time my opponent plays at something, actually, he's got, like, the perfect cards. He always has the perfect cards. He always has the perfect answer or whatever. Why it feels like such an uphill battle? It's because it's a mental game, okay? So don't just attack his shields. Don't just attack his base. Don't give him even the freaking hope that he might draw a burst card or anything. If you're going to swing into shields, attack everything at once, or make it a significant advantage mentally and in the game. And if you mentally feel good, if your opponent mentally feels bad, that is a direct, like, answer to your making the right moves on the board. Okay, so that's my big thing about not attacking at the moment. It's not exactly a direct answer to not attacking, but I talked about not playing cards and the art of doing nothing. Okay, the art of doing nothing is very, very important. Okay, playing bases just because. Okay, this is a quick one. If you play a base in the early game, it tells your opponent that you're trying to dig for a card up the top, generally a blocker, aka lift writ, or you have too many bases. It's one of those two options. Next, if you play a base, okay, you need to decide, am I playing a base to draw a card? Am I playing a base because my opponent is most likely out of links and thus is going to generate me more value? So you should be saving your bases to play them after you've dealt with your opponent's link unit or 2 link units generally. Most of the time over the course of the game, everybody should see anywhere between 2 to 3 links, 3 being how many you should probably see, 2 being very, very normal, and then 4 being more on the higher end, depending on how much draw power or like how many pilots that deck is running. Okay. And again, if we think to ourselves how many pilots come out of the shield area, generally like at least 1 to 2, we'll say like 2 pilots come out of the shield area in most games that will be impactful. And so if we haven't hit the shields yet, we can assume to ourselves that there's 2 pilots in the shields. Let's say there's a 40% chance of that happening. Let's not hit the shield, and based on how many pilots their opponent plays from their hand will determine how many pilots are left in the shield area, etc. Okay. So, and then finally, to play bases, don't play bases just because. Think to yourself, can this base become a 8th health? Can I get this game state to a point where my opponent swings my shields, deletes all the shields, and then I play the base afterwards, or I play the base when I have 1 shield left because I want to simply draw that extra card. Bases in Gundam are essentially just a draw 1 card, for the most part, is how I view them. Yeah, that's kind of it. Playing into my opponent, big card versus power move. This is very simple. You guys can write down every single like matchup you guys want and think to yourselves, where does my opponent make the best moves? Which turns were the most like, you know, draining for me? Where did my opponent make such a play that it really put me on the back foot? Where did I make a play that put my opponent on a back foot or made me feel really good about myself? And how did that happen? Okay, and what are the most common moves that somebody does? It does not have to be a power card like Wing Zero. It does not have to be a linked unit like Ail Strike. It can simply be turn 4, play 2 blockers. Turn 3, play like 3 GMs. Okay, those are very power moves. So think to yourselves, when does this happen? And if they do it, they're making the most accurate play, the 10 out of 10 play. The less or the further away they are from making the best move they possibly can be, it's almost like that one show with the Harvey guy. I forget his name because I don't watch these things, but the Harvey guy, I don't forget his name. He does like the game show, and it's like you gotta answer the question, and there's like 10 results, and each result has a point from like most to less based on how many people voted for it. Jeopardy, is it? Jeopardy, whatever. So you're pretty much telling yourself that you know the best move possible is 2 blockers on turn 4. It's not show resolve. The best move possible on turn 5 is like a level 3 blocker and a level 2 blocker. It's like 2 cards. 2 cards are the best moves generally on the board. It's not show resolve and overflowing affection. That's like just hand cycling and drawing. Doesn't really impact the game. Just helps you build up your hand. So you can go down the chain and be like, okay, did my opponent make the best move, an average move, a below average move, or the worst move ever? And that will tell you how good their hand is and what is possibly left in their hand. And don't play into your opponent's Wing Zeros. Don't play into their best moves. If you know, and find ways of not playing into it. For example, Ail Strike. Simply, guys, do not attack on the turn that they play Ail Strike. If you don't attack, your opponent will play Ail Strike, or at least used to play Ail Strike, will not link the Kira, leaving the Ail Strike a lot more vulnerable, and now you can kill it off with like close combat battle aces or a single damage ping plus battle aces. And now all of a sudden they lost their Ail Strike, they have a Kira in hand, nothing to do with it. Congratulations, you beat the Ail Strike turn. Okay, Wing Zero's coming out. You know, play a bunch of pilots on your units, get them to 4 HP. Wing Zero's useless now. Congratulations. Things like this. Okay, so don't play into the power moves and all this stuff. Attacking units versus life, we already kind of talked about this as well. You generally want to control the board first, then to go after life, unless you're in a desperate situation where life is more important, or if you're playing an aggressive deck where you realize that you have the tools available to you at the current time to kind of just sneak one really quickly. You can go after life immediately. And if your opponent is desperate to control the board and trade into you, then swing at life first and let your opponent trade their units into you, especially if they don't have a good way of trading everything. Okay, if they get one good trade where one of their guys trades up, it's okay because the rest of the guys will die, but you got a lot of damage to their shield area. So that's how you want to attack into units versus life. Playing too many cards, kind of already touched on this. If the card does not change how the game is going or does not generate you a bunch of tempo and accelerate you forward, all it's doing is like for example, playing a Lifrith doesn't do anything. Okay, if your opponent plays a Zaku 2 and you have a Lifrith on the board, playing 2 Lifriths doesn't do anything. You already have the 1 Lifrith. Okay, if he plays 2 more units, play 1 Lifrith. Don't play 2 Lifriths because he has 3 units. You have 2 blockers. Okay, even if he wants to swing all 3 guys, you'll still block 2 of them. Everything's fine. Of course, if he's gonna play Gundam Amuro, then play the 3rd Lifrith and be like, okay, if you play Gundam Amuro, rest of my guys, now you can choose to eat it, but I'll still block 2 of your guys, kill them, and then the 3rd one will kill your 3rd guy, and then I'll play a Link unit next turn, kill the Gundam Amuro, and be left with 1 blocker. You have nothing. Okay, so if you don't need to play cards, don't do it. When I play against Holly TCG and other very, very top elite blocker players, their entire job is, why would I play something if I don't need to? Let's see how the turn develops on the next turn, right? I'll pass my turn. What else do you have? Show me what else you have, and then I'll do something about it, right? Especially as a defensive player. As a defensive player, you don't need to do this. You can take all the time you have in the world rather than playing cards out. Like, honestly, just hold 10 cards in your hand and then play cards just to equalize the board state with your opponent. Then ask your opponent, hey, we're equal again, what else do you have, right? Until they can crack through. And then if you need to be safe, be safe. If you don't need to be, you always have the opportunity of just taking hits to the shield area, so you don't have to be worried about it. If they present a problem like ill strike bounce and bounce your blocker, you have 1 less blocker, the swing at your shield, just take it. The swing at your shield again, just take it again, because that also is going to give you opportunities to generate extra cards off the shields, making more plays. Life is a resource, use it, and yeah, keep your opponent guessing in terms of what's actually in your hand. And then there's more details into that I can talk about in coaching, but yeah. Hello Supreme Yapper, hello Marshy. Family Feud to Steve Harvey, yes. Okay, let me scroll up and find all these things. Okay, I'm gonna read all the way back. Flux, convince them they can't win and they won't be able to. Yes. I keep going through to a new type, Saj. Well, Nivik, if you want coaching, message me. I might be able to turn that 3-2 into a 4-1 or a 5-0. It all depends. But, you know, you'll definitely be in a much better position if you're down for that. So let me know. And sometimes it is just luck. I have a client, very good card player, but you know, he finally went to the finals of his new type challenge, barely lost, got his reward, but this might be on his way of going up and up. And again, the game's gonna get significantly better overall, hopefully in the next 6 to whatever months. So you know, it is what it is. If you go 3-2, then that means you only need to win. You only need to win twice, and you already won 3 times. You can do 2 easily. That is kind of correct. That is kind of correct and not correct, but yeah, go easy. I had a reverse Jedi mind trick on me a few months ago to knock me out of NTC. Yeah, so that also works. I talked about this in my stream prior. An aggro deck, what situations should I be holding my gun tank versus playing it to fill the curve? You should be holding gun tank versus when playing it to curve. Playing gun tank in the early game to have an extra unit. Number 1, your priority goal is to play units to overrun your opponent and kill them. So gun tank is 1 shield check automatically. So that is its priority goal, is to do that. So based on your hand, you want to be as aggressive as you possibly can be, because you also don't know what you're playing into. And depending on how many gun tanks you have in your hand is generally good. And we saw this in GDO 1, GDO 2. Banshee red blue deck list would play the gun tank out early, and their win rate would skyrocket by probably 35% immediately by doing that. So you have to understand that priority wise, your goal is to kill your opponent, not get the gun tank ping off. Gun tank is still a 1 cost level 2 unit or whatever. Play it out, keep it ready to swing at your opponent's shield area, and don't worry about pinging a Lifrit that might never come, or multiple Lifrits. And that also depends on what deck you're playing, like whether you're playing One Year War or whether you're playing Blurple. You have access to significant more pings in Blurple, which means the gun tank's value overall deters. But if you're playing One Year War, you only have Angsha and gun tank. Gun tank is values goes up because you have less of it. Also, playing out the curve, you're playing an aggro deck. The curve is 1 drops essentially. You want to be as aggressive as possible, get rid of as many shields as possible in the early game, and you're playing more units than your opponent is, so that gun tank might actually get 2 swings into the shield, and that might be the difference between winning or losing the game. I'll just show my opponent with ×2 Providence to Superfly guy on board. If I drop a third on my next turn to win, waiting for my opponent to concede because he had no possible way to win unless I punt dramatically. Yeah, long story short, I distracted myself, trying to let people any Jedi on trying to saying I attacked his shields, which I didn't, and ended up getting the card he needed to win. I realized this after replaying the rest in my head because I know the game was over. Yeah, big tip about this. A lot of people do this, and like used to do this in older communities. I will literally, like, I haven't done this yet because I'm being very nice, but next time this happens at my local store, okay, because Gundam's like a newer game. I know that people are like not used to card games, but and now we have a judge as well, like actually a judge, Armando. Hopefully he's gonna step up for it. I'm gonna tell everybody around me, like, hey, get the fuck out of my table, like fuck off somewhere else, stop being loud, I'm trying to play a game here, like get the fuck out of my face, okay? And I'll literally be like that. I'll be like, no, get the hell out of here. You guys are distracting me. Like, stop hurtling around the game. Stop talking to my opponent. Stop talking to me. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, you have to be very concentrated and focus until the game is over. And when I coach people for regionals, it's also like even more talking points about that. So yeah, that's 100% a thing. Harvey Dent, exactly, Harvey Dent. Family Feud, Steve Harvey. There you go. Steve Harvey, yes. Family Feud, Harvey Dent from Batman, yes. You're so sheltered, lol. Jeopardy is facts, Family Feud is options. There you go. So Family Feud is the one. Supreme Yapper, yes. Coach is a beast. Your motto should be beat the best, become the best. Beat the best, become the best? No. One of the things about beating the best to become the best is not exactly 100% true, because I am, for example, like I did beat the best player in Canada in Warhammer, right? But whoever the best is always fluctuates up and down depending on like ranking systems nowadays or whatever. Back in the day, it used to be like, hey, this guy's the best samurai, this guy's got renown next to him, right? And then it would basically be a fight to the death or something like that. Or based off your accomplishments, like Faker in League of Legends, he's the best because of the accomplishments. He's the GOAT essentially in the current, you know. So we're talking about GOATs essentially. But in games, I might be the best Warhammer player, but I haven't played in a year or 2 years, whatever. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, he's not so good. Or I'm the best card game player or card deck builder, whatever, and I haven't played card games. Someone's gonna come up to me saying, like, you know, like Marshy, like, oh, you haven't played card games in 5 years, 10 years, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, how can you say you're good or better, right? And it's like, guys, this is why I like watching old Chinese movies and in the dojos and the masters of certain like karate art forms and all this stuff. Like, people always had respect for the masters because they've done their time. They're the ones teaching the students now. And you're not at your prime, and you're still the master. Okay, the master will still beat people's asses, and they don't need to like put themselves up. Competition is one thing in North America and the Western society. It's much more about that. But in other society, like talking about like Street Fighter, Daigo and stuff, people have lost the vision of this is just a game. This is just whatever we're doing. This is not that serious. And you should not be calling somebody like Michael Jordan, who is the GOAT of all time and all this stuff, and oh, you can't hang with the new kids because he's retarded. You can't hang with the new kids because he's the legend of old. This is the legend of new. It's like, no, why are we doing legend of old versus new? Somebody is the best of all time, period. And this new guy just is a new guy on the block. He still has to like build up a lot of, you know, victories and stuff and get to the level. And again, he might never be as good as somebody else's. For example, the old like going back to history lessons, like, you know, who is the best fighter, who is the best general or sword master, whatever, like Achilles and stuff like this. Like, we can't compare like the best fighter of today to the person in the past, and all this stuff. And so like, you don't have to beat the best to become the best, because whoever has the best knowledge, you know, I'm gonna say, like, you know, it's up to God to give whoever he gives like his knowledge to, and what knowledge he gives to them. If you guys are religious in chat, you guys will know about, you know, stories. I can't recall the exact names right now, but, you know, stories that give you guys this wisdom essentially. But you don't need to beat the best to be the best. But I will tell you guys that to be the best at something, you do have to make a lot of sacrifices, and you do need to commit 1,000,000,000% to it and kind of give up on everything else. Okay, there's animes on this, like the 100 meters track and field anime. Like, you might not become the best for so long, and it's, you know, you might be like doing it because it's a lot of fun, it's what you want to do, playing card games your whole life, but you're never going to become the best. Okay, let's just say that. But again, somebody like me, I might be the best. Like, let's say I'm the best player, okay, or I am like the best in terms of knowledge and all this stuff. Not saying I actually am, but I'm saying, let's say I am. Okay, let's say StarCraft is another game that I follow. I might be the guy who comes in second or third or makes it to top 4, top 8, but he never actually gets to win the tournament. Does that mean I'm not the best? That doesn't mean that I'm not the best. Okay, just because I did not win the entire tournament does not mean that I was not the best at that tournament. For example, let's take Magnus Carlsen, for example. Magnus Carlsen is the highest rated chess player. If he drops that also is not going to mean that he's not the best chess player if he stops playing, or if he starts trolling or something. If he goes to a chess tournament and he loses the chess tournament or a match or whatever, comes in second or whatever, that does not mean he is not the best. That just means he has an off time during that year, that tournament, and so on. And you beat him, right? You beat somebody who is the best at the game, but does not automatically mean that you're better than them. If somebody beats me at a card game or beats me at Warhammer or something else that I'm extremely good at, that does not mean that he is better than me. Same thing in UFC. If you guys watch UFC, if I'm the UFC champion, I can lose a match by random chance or whatever. Does not mean that somebody's all of a sudden better than me. And this is the whole point of this yap session, is to determine if you are better than somebody and how good they are. You need to go through a whole checklist of what makes somebody really good, everything, and what makes, you know, them bad, and what's missing between you and them. You gotta cross-reference like you would like a mouse or a keyboard or whatever you're trying to, like, you know, talk about. You're going to buy a new TV. What makes this TV better than this one? They will tell you. So you need to understand. You need to understand, you know, what actually is making this TV better than the other one. Okay, so that's my thing about that. And we're gonna, you know, ignore the whole like, okay, thing about if the world champion is actually the world champion and so on. Even the world champion and most people who are extremely good and honestly the goats of their game will tell you, like Michael Jordan, Flash, or Faker, they will always have somebody who is there that will say, this guy is who I respect. And, you know, League of Legends is a very good example. Faker's all-time rival, the guy who kept beating him or was toe-to-toe with him, okay, literally the Dark Faker, essentially, never played in pro scene. He was banned since day one. He could never play pro. So is Faker the best of all time? Yes. But guess what? The guy who could have, like, you know, actually beat him and was his rival of all time, his rival never played pro, and he's still the best player on solo queue, period. So that right there is a perfect example of why somebody might not be the best, period, overall. And, you know, I might not have been able to travel to the Yu-Gi-Oh tournament because I had pneumonia when I was like a kid, and who knows, maybe I could have won that tournament and so on. Why was he banned? Because he was boosting accounts. he was boosting accounts to make money because back in the day he wasn't a pro yet and everything. So he got banned from Riot for permanently because he was, or by Korea, Riot Korea, because he was boosting accounts. And yeah, so he's been banned indefinitely forever for like whatever. And so think about that. If Faker got banned, you guys have never heard of Faker. So this is the reality we're living in, where Faker's #1 rival, the guy who actually is better than him at solo queue and so on, never got his shot. And he also refuses to play for any other country because he's Korean. So he's like, I'm not gonna go play for China or whatever. I want to play for Korea. And he's not about it for the money because he's rich off boosting. So why would he be? Okay, let's go back here. My biggest mistake is playing too fast. Obviously, coach's motto is, if at first you don't succeed, hit them with your wing 0 again. Right. If you don't first succeed, you know, keep doing it, because I tell people that out of if 100%, okay, we're talking about 100%, always break it down to either 10s or 1% of everything. If you have a 90% win rate, you can always lose the first 10 games before you get to the 90%. The whole meme of he's digging through the wall to get to the diamond, or he's mining through, trying to get to the gold or the diamond, and he stops right at the end before he actually gets to the diamond. You need to categorize these things and break them down that way. People want to know how to get good, but actually that's not needed. Just be less bad. Most people are bad, so you'll win most of the time by only being a little bit bad. Yeah, exactly. You just need to be better than your opponent is, and you need to keep improving. And if you lose to your opponent, it doesn't matter. As long as you understand that you're better than your opponent and you understand why you lost, and you'll understand why you're losing more times, because you can clearly see that you made a mistake, or your opponent made a very good plays, or he got a high roll, and what goes into it, because you start breaking these things down. People don't know where else are you streaming? Not seeing any of these comments writing down. I'm not writing anything down. It's just this. I'm just reading through the comments. Never mind. YouTube is being weird. Made me start in the middle of the stream. Got it. People are so reactionary. Yes. What are your what's your rough split of time on the games you coach? League of Legends, I think I have actually put in 3 years of my life, like my lifespan, like actual 3 years worth of my life, if not more, honestly, because the time that I calculated 3 years was just average, normal, whatever, not even counting alternate accounts and the current time, just peak. And I definitely played way more than that, so I probably put in at least 4 years of my real lifetime playing League of Legends, which is ridiculous. So I've literally lost 4 years of my life straight up in terms of hours off of League of Legends. Warhammer, I climbed to the top extremely quickly. I also put a lot of time into Warhammer, but Warhammer 40k, like I started playing in competition at the end of 9th edition. So basically it's been 3 years technically of tournament play, but this year I literally didn't play because I'm banned for being too good in my own city. And I'm one of the best players in Canada, in the world. I coach players and so on. But again, a lot of people don't want to learn. A lot of people are cocky and so on. And I have Mr. Miyagi. I have wax on, wax off. If you don't want to do wax on, wax off, you can go fuck yourself. And everybody else who does learn how to do it will become way better than you in many different ways. And then Gundam, I mean, trading card games, you know, I've been telling you guys, I've been playing trading card games since I was like, since Yu-Gi-Oh! Starter Deck came out. The very start, first Starter Deck came out 7-Eleven. My uncle went and got it. Then he realized that he got the Yu-Gi-Oh! Starter Deck, and I was a huge Kaiba fan, and I was extremely happy with the product. But then he said, no, I'm going to go back out there at like 4 in the morning, go back to the same 7-Eleven, 50 minutes across the street, and he got me this Kaiba Starter Deck as well in the pouring rain. And like, you know, I'm going to remember that for forever, because that he literally went out there and did that for me, because my uncle's like awesome. Okay, super thankful for him for doing that, and many other things. What are your what's your rough time split on the games you coach? Okay, so Tipo, I think I confused your question, was actually the time that I coach at the current moment. How do I split my time among them? Currently, Warhammer's at the end of its edition, so I'm not really coaching too much at the moment. My current time split is League of Legends to, let me count 2 for that, then we have 5 for that, and then we have 10. Let's not do 10. Let's do like, I guess I have to do 10. What is this? 10 5 2. 10 5 2 is 17. So there you go. This is just off the top of my head right now, but I would say that this is my total time split. More realistically, it's probably like 8 out of 15. Okay, so you guys can do the quick maths here and figure out what the fractions equal to percentages, and that's my time split between my games at the moment. How do you deal with good blocker players on a blocker versus blocker matchup? Why was he banned? I was banned because I was too good. Oh, Dopa, he was banned because of because he was boosting. How do you feel about blocker versus blocker matchup? Oh, you're talking about Opa Dopa, that's really old league history. Yeah, I'm bringing up those references. So blocker versus blocker matchup is all about who breaks the opponent's board first, which either is done off of having 2 Gundam Amuros on the board, or who sees multiple Amuros first essentially decides the game. That's how it goes by default. So yeah, just whoever can break the opponent's board first will essentially win the game. Or 2, you try to overrun your opponent really early by L strike, Amuro, you know, just going super aggressive and killing them before they can get to their full setup. And if you're playing the blocker versus blocker matchup, it's white blue versus white blue. I'm gonna go back to like GDO1 references, or you know, whatever. It's not about like if they have or like could they have Gundam Amuro, could they have Short Resolve, if they have Short Resolve, whatever. It's about like when are they gonna have it, right? Because it's, am I saying that right? When are they gonna get it? Okay, because if you keep thinking that they have the card, they don't have it. You need to, when they show you that they have Short Resolve, when they play Short Resolve, when they play Gundam Amuro, then it matters, okay? Or a matter of not if, but when. Okay, so it's not if they have it, it's when are they gonna get it. They're gonna get it later in the game, kill them before that. And when are they gonna play it, essentially. So it's also a question of like if they have it in the first place. So play into blue decks. You automatically go into blue decks, determine that they don't have shit until they show you that they have it, okay? That's what I'm trying to say. Do not go into a blocker deck thinking that, oh, we're going to go to late game, they're going to play Lift Earth, they're going to play Short Resolve, they're going to have L strikes. No, that's not how it works, okay? To get the consistency, they need to first play Short Resolve, play Overflowing Affection, draw more options, and then obviously they're going to have more play pattern, more different lines to play than you will. But until they show you that they have the capability of drawing more cards or finding those options, they don't have anything, okay? That's how that game plays out. And people think that blue-white decks have significant card advantage, they win by just having more cards than you. That's complete bullshit, because I've proven that with Clan and GDO1, GDO2, or you know, GDO2, GDO3, that Clan beat blue-white blockers by going later than them. We can outlast them. And other decks as well. It's a wing deck. You can play conservatively and slow, going back to these questions, when to play safe, when shouldn't. If your opponent has not played Short Resolves, there is no urgency. Their Short Resolves might be at the bottom of the deck. So you can play the game as normal because they will run out of cards. But if they play a Short Resolve, up the pace. If they play a second Short Resolve, up the pace even more, because now you know that your opponent is going to outlast you. And so you do need to keep pressing the advantage as much as possible before they start playing the third and fourth star resolve and so on. I never play LOL, so I know nothing about that scene. I don't know how Faker is either. No worries. Coach, what do you think of 2012 TG Stun Goat Marquez Henderson? What is TG Stun Goat? What rank are you in League? What rank am I in League of Legends? I've coached every single position to Challenger, and so I don't have like a League rank at the moment, but I can coach every single position to Challenger, and I have done so. The last time I coached somebody to Challenger was last winter, was on Gwen top lane. Wait, last winter? No. Not this January, but the January before. I coached somebody to Challenger on Gwen top lane. Yeah. And then I coached somebody else to Masters in the ADC role last year. And then my brother's Grandmaster every single year. And then I also, how do you get into coaching? What credentials do you have? No disrespect. How do you get banned for being too good? The community dislikes you, and they want you out, and they start to point fingers. And when they start to point fingers, and they're the old guard, they want the new kid on the block to get the hell out. That's pretty much how it happens. Yeah. How do they get into coaching? What credentials do you have? No disrespect, I'm curious. The credentials that I have is literally all the explanation that I'm giving to you here. The 100 clients that I have in my Discord server, the testimonials that I'll show you guys right now again. So if you go to my Discord server, okay, so testimonials. What credentials do I have? The credentials are my clients who have done really, really well and have this to say about me. I'm going to scroll through that quickly here. So again, if you guys do want coaching, you guys can feel free to read through these testimonials. They're mostly about Gundam at the moment. Some of these are about League of Legends or Warhammer 40k. Either way, it's all about coaching, and it transfers over to other games. And I'm good at all games because I know how to learn. So when you look at coach, you think coach is not a human being. Okay, coach is an AI machine that understands how to learn, and so you input whatever you want to like AI, you know, and you ask them to make a picture for you or something, or ask them a question. Well, I am that AI, and I can learn from whatever game you put me into or give me information about. Marshy's in chat. Marshy had a finals biology question that her professor gave her. Okay, only her and one other person got it, and the only reason that Marshy got it was because I know nothing about biology. I got expelled from high school when I was young. I'm not a, like, you know, I'm a high school dropout essentially. But I understand how to learn and look at things. And so I gave Marshy the answer and where to look for the answer in her biology finals, like pre-exam or whatever. And thus she got the answer, okay? And how did I do that? Like, she always tell me like, oh, you shush, because, you know, that's just how I do things. And I'm very good at cracking codes. I have a higher IQ than other people. Not saying that IQ equals smart. I'm smart enough to understand that IQ is not everything. And I don't put IQ above, like, actually being wise about things. But luckily I have a little bit of both. Or a lot of one thing and some of the other stuff as well. And so I can become good at any game that I touch because I know how to learn, okay? I know how to learn, and I've talked about this before. They teach you mathematics when you're a kid and certain things, and then they stop teaching you things because they teach you things young, because it's not about learning math. It's not about learning how to do like the formula. It's to learn how to learn, and math teaches you how to actually learn and solve problems, and it's all about problem solving, learning, understanding things. And so when you learn how to problem solve, look for they're trying to increase your intelligence, actually look for pattern recognition and all this stuff. You start to learn how to learn. And when you sign up for coaching with me, one of the very first things that I teach you is how to freaking learn, okay? Especially in a trading card game. I need to give you, like, you know, we don't know how hot the stove is, we need a thermometer or like somewhere checking how the heat levels, so we can kind of gauge how hot it is. Is it ready to cook? Is it not ready to cook? And so on. Yeah, that's probably not a good analogy, but yeah. And then obviously we have testimonials here from my clients also doing really, really well. You guys that watch my videos know that I show these off. You know, we just had one of my guys, he just signed up for coaching. He just went and won his lupus, which is awesome. Destiny Blockers got first place at his locals, which is just locals, but still he also got second place at his new type challenge with Paul. And then we have yeah, so he got third place in new type challenge in the finals. Saj also got top the new type challenges here. Then we also can, you know, these are all the wins basically. Then we can go to the cards. We got Voltum got his card here. Then we go up again. We got a new type as well right there, looking really good. Packs, booster boxes, a bunch of wins, a bunch of Kiras. Keep going up and up. We got more lock-on victories here from Yardbird. We got coaching, and even though it's aggressive, you guys can go read his testimonial. You know, we got Mirage here, who got his top with new type as new type challenge, playing wing. He's a, you know, YCS Yu-Gi-Oh player, and he still got coaching from me, and it really helps because my coaching is not just about Gundam. Like, I'm a coach first of all for 10 years, and so coaching is me helping you in any way I can. You know, we got Pale here doing really well. We got more cards, more Kiras here. You know, back-to-back Kira wins, Freedom wins, really, really strong. Another fourth place, more Kiras. Okay, so now I might not go and win events myself. I might not go to events, period, but my clients go and win for me. And if they can do it, I can do it. And if you want to ask any of my clients if I'm better than them, they're probably going to say yes, and they'll probably tell you why. And I try to get my clients to think the same way that I do, and you know, they can always talk to me and so on. So that's my credentials. And also, like, that's my rank in league. What do you not coach? I don't coach anything besides card games, Warhammer 40k, anything competitive. Anything that's competitive, I can coach. Okay, I even coached Valorant at one point at the very beginning, and we did really, really well. But yeah, so I even coached like Flesh and Blood. That's a trading card game. Star Wars Shatterpoint is another miniature game. The new Gundam game's coming out, the miniature game. I will probably live stream that from my home, and also can teach that. But coaching is learning, right? That's why I said, like, I'm literally the AI that I can learn. Okay, so if AI can learn anything and teach anything, then I can do the same thing. That's what I'm very good at. Gotta diss is yapping to get ready for locals. Good luck, Kodiak. Hopefully you do well. Look forward to list to the rest of the VOD review. Gotcha. Teach us about the mathematics of Gundam. Mathematics of Gundam. We did the physics way back. The average pallets. The average pallets that you need to have in a deck is 6 pilots. Or sorry, you only need to have 6 pilots in a deck. To, on average, you draw the perfect amount of pilots to link. Every single time you have a pilot in your hand, you will pretty much link it, and should never be bricked with pilots in your hand. Oh god, you're talking about this. Why are you exposing me? Yes, drop the Discord. The Discord is for clients only. So if you guys want access to the Discord, it's only for clients who get coaching from me. Why? Because people who do not get coaching have not gone through the like recycling process of understanding more about the game. And so we kind of, because when people want to just discuss things, everybody kind of has to be at a certain level to discuss things so we can all understand it, because we've all been taught or brought up a certain way, essentially. And so I don't want other people joining it that think a different way, have not been coached, so they're misaligned with everybody else in there until they get coached, and all of a sudden, because it's happened twice now, it happened recently as well, somebody who was in there, you know, just blew up because he just hasn't got coached and all that. And in Warhammer it happened as well, but then when he got coached, he understood so much more about the game that he's like, oh my god, you know, I understand it. And you can't really tell somebody everything that requires in-depth coaching, like how does physics work. You can't teach somebody physics without going through the whole process of mathematics, and that's kind of what people want. So that's a little bit of twin rotors for you for math of Gundam. That 6 is the number, and you know, physics was very impressed with me, and that's why he respects me in that aspect as well. Is you know, I'm well in tune with the numbers, but I'm not a numbers guy. Okay, something to tell you about the mathematics of Gundam is that do not follow Magic the Gathering players and how they go about doing things. When you go to like EX Burst and all this stuff, and they show you the curve. Okay, do not care about the curve as much in Gundam, because Gundam is not about curve. It's about how powerful of a turn can you play, how explosive is your turn, not how many cards are you actually playing out of your hand, and what they have to impact the game directly and be explosive to be useful in this game. And so yeah, and so it's not about really the math behind it. It's about kind of like, how do I put it, you have to use like reasoning. Okay, something like, we might not be able to understand why things fall from the sky, let's just say, but now we understand that gravity exists. It's more about, we understand that things go downwards. We don't need to understand, like, we know that gravity exists. We don't need to understand the physics behind at which speed that they fall and what's the maximum velocity and all this stuff. That's not the important part. The important part is that it is going to fall, and that, okay, if we test it, things do fall at the same time. Obviously nobody really know, like, we don't really need to know what the max speed of falling is. All we need to know is that obviously the higher you are, the faster you're going to gain speed and fall. But until you jump from the sky, you know, you're not going to realize that, oh, there's actually a limit to this. Oh, yes. Zala, you asked how high is your IQ and how did you test it? I will say that I never actually tested it beforehand until last year, because a girl that I coached on League of Legends, she had 145 she had 135 IQ, but she did hit 145 at one point. Oh no, she hit 140. She had 140 IQ. And my IQ was 145, and that was without any preparation or anything, and I also didn't even go to school. I think she is like pretty smart. And I hit 145 IQ off a test randomly. That's kind of guessing, but going up instinct. Not really guessing, but using my head, but also at the speed of it as well. But I don't think I'm at 145 IQ. I'm more like 130 something. 130 is like more generally where my IQ is. Okay, so I'm at more around the 130 mark. Lorcana, coach doesn't coach Lorcana because One Punch never got him to play it. I never got into Lorcana. I almost did at the very beginning, but I knew that Lorcana would be a game that would die off, and Disney would just simply, yeah, it wasn't a very good game. Okay, I just didn't like the whole like ink system and all that, so I never got into it, and it just isn't a great game, I guess. I won my store championship for Gundam and qualify for Worlds. How can you help me reach that goal? I think I already have a strong understanding of the game, just curious in the process. Just asking because I'm interested in possibly getting coaching. Future, if you listen to this whole WOD, or the beginning of when I start yapping, which is after like 2 games, after I play Wing, I start yapping. If you like all of that, then it'll be very useful. Number 2, I will tell you right now that my coaching will automatically, like, it might not, like, let's say we start off getting coaching. It will not directly, I'm not going to teach you what cards to play. I'm not going to teach you hands-on coaching of how to play into certain matchups day one. Okay, that's not, we can't do that day one, but that's not generally how I do it. I do it from the ground up. And the very first things I teach you are the most 2 important things. The things that I number one, how to learn. Number two is going to be the golden formula. The golden formula is something that I would charge like if Bandai asked me tomorrow, hey, we heard you have a golden formula, we want to buy it from you so we can reproduce it and use it in our own testing. I'm going to tell them, please pay me $200 million or go fuck yourselves. If not $20 million at least, but $200 million is generally what I'm going to sit at. If they were going to use it worldwide, if it was just like one specific company, maybe $20 million would be a correct number. Otherwise, if a millionaire came up to me and said, hey, what's the number? And do you have a number in mind for you to teach me the golden formula? What is this actually worth to you? Not just what you teach it for $20,000. That golden formula is something that I came up with when I was 6 years old. It's very, very important. It goes into all my TCG games. It's to do with deck building, and so it accelerates the deck building process straight up. And you no longer need to ask your buddies how many cards should I run of this or that or whatever. You don't need to think about it by yourself for too long. I mean, you need to think about how many you want to run, but not exactly in the same way. So if you are interested in coaching, again, think about it. I would say it this way. You know, you just won your store championships, you got your card, you can sell your card or whatever. Is $500 or $600, whatever. I would highly recommend the monthly coaching. Stella, can you post the coaching stuff in chat? You're back, welcome back. So everybody can see how much the coaching is. Thank you. It's a one-time investment, and that one-time investment should get you however far it can get you essentially, and how early you get it is better for you, because if nationals is later on, then you pretty much will have more time to like build up your own skills and evolve. And if your goal is to do as well as you can and try to get to worlds, okay, then coaching can't hurt you. It can only make you better, and you will learn something from it if you've learned something from this stream so far. And so it's really about investment, okay? Like, whether you get there or not, you will improve, and it'll be worth it, and you'll be putting your best foot forward. If your goal is to get there, almost like a millionaire, they'll put $1 million towards a project. Whether the project works out or not, they tried. They put money towards it. They made an effort, and they tried, and thus they'll succeed. And so the coaching, I would suggest, is highly worth it. Everybody knows it's highly worth it who's got coached by me, because it either blows their mind or they never thought about these aspects before, and it never hurts. Even if you're like Faker, the best player in the world, or Michael Jordan, every single person in the world who's the number one has a coach. Okay, whether you're a basketball team, etc. Everybody who is the king has a right-hand man who advises them. So everybody who got to the top and got to rank 1 had somebody around them, and I could be that person who elevates you to the next level. And my coaching will not just be done with Gundam. It will go through all of your TCG life, essentially, TCG career, and it affects not just Gundam but other card games as well. I have clients who got coaching for Gundam, went back to Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a much more different game, much more complex, but they immediately realized that they were so much better, essentially. Nivik, is one session enough? I highly recommend the 1 month session. 1 month is enough. I can 100% say 1 month is for sure enough to get everything that you would most likely want out of the coaching and get you elevated ahead. One session is 100% not enough. You guys are sitting here talking to me or listening to me talk for hours. 100% one session is not enough. One session or X amount of hours is generally, if you guys want me to go in depth about not attacking, go in depth about a certain matchup, right? One session is generally, I want to do a specific topic. Go back to school, for example. One session will only get you through English Clash. It will only get you through science, math, whatever. You really do need the whole day of school to get through multiple different aspects of it. And then, and so on. And if you're in the highest level of class, which is generally like in Canada here, we have the Enrich program. It only takes you 2 weeks to master one area or maybe like 1 week even. So one session could be good enough to completely give you a roadmap of how to be the best blue white blocker you can possibly be, and maybe 2 weeks if it's like, you know, a deck like that maybe, or certain matchups and everything. But trying to become overall good in Gundam is going to take you another like 2 weeks or 4 hours. How many hours per day is in the 1 month? So 1 month, it's called the 1 month program, or 1 month whatever, because it's 2 hours per week. So if you get 1 month of coaching, it's 2 hours per week. So we pick a day, we coach for 2 hours, then we let it settle in. You use the rest of the time to like throughout the week to let it sink in, practice with it, etc. And then a week later, or a couple of days later, once it's synced in, once you get it, we'll work on the next thing. Okay, and usually the first 3 to 4 hours is me just giving you information like this and teaching you things about the golden formula, about feelings, about how to learn and improve. And then then we get into hands-on, then we get into like backseating coaching, and also like matchups and stuff like that, talking theory or talking about different decks. And so that's why the 1 month. Okay, so I kind of just broke it down in how we'll be going week by week by week. First week is like a lot of information, almost like you're going to college and you're learning you know, the basis of what you need to actually learn about biology or physics or whatever. And then you use the tools that you learned to, you know, be smarter about, you know, Gundam and all that stuff in general. And then we do hands-on stuff, then we do backseating and matchups and so on. But yeah, a lot of people, when they get coaching, they realize, oh, this is why there's there's like a couple day or 1 week interval, and we do 1 week session, or we do a session every single week and not all at once, is because it needs time to sink in. So yeah. Somebody said 145 is considered a genius IQ. For your information, I know it is. You should on Gundam as a game, but I tried One Piece and the game is straight ass, very boring. Why do people say it's superior / more complex? I don't know. I haven't played One Piece. I don't know why people really say it's more complex or superior. Obviously, it's been around a little bit longer. There's heroes to it. Now, I do say that it's built better than Gundam is, probably because there's actually defensive mechanisms in the shield area more so. And most importantly, your leader. So the shield area works differently in One Piece, but also your leader has automatically DP, which means that a GM can't simply swing for 2k into your leader who has 4k. Right, so it needs a boost somehow, which I know there's ways of increasing your damage in that game, and now the meta game has kind of like went to whatever it is at the moment, and it's also expensive at the top end. But I personally have not played One Piece, and I also agree with you that I think the game is going to be like very stale. It's a Bandai game at the end of the day, and Union Arena is like a complete dog shit game, pretty much. And Digimon is the best Bandai game, I would say, overall, although I don't know anything about Dragon Ball Z, so I cannot speak on that, besides like some mechanics that I've heard of. How many hours per day is in the 1 month? It's 2 hours per day. There's 4 days total, so it's 8 hours in total. You get 8 hours of coaching in total in the 1 month, and then you also get 15-minute pickup calls every single week that you can choose to use or not use. Depends on the person if you need to or not, but generally you basically get 9 hours in total if you account for the extra pickup calls. So yeah, how can we freeze to play One Piece though? I don't have oh, you're asking him? Okay. Yeah, so he refuses it because he dislikes the anime. I don't watch the anime. I watched it till Ace died, and I overall don't play it because I can't play 10 different card games, and I also have not a big interest into One Piece. And I also, like I said, I found the game to be very like the mechanics were like not, you know, anything too crazy. If I was gonna dive into a game, like I played Flesh and Blood, so I can't invest $1,000 in Flesh and Blood and then also into like One Piece and Gundam and so on. And so yeah. So again, if you Nivik, if you want coaching, and where's the other buddy? Future, if you want coaching, add me on Discord at CoachWing0. Add my username. I'll add you back and let me know. Okay, listen, the spoiler's like 10 years old. It's fine, okay? It's like Dumbledore died. It's like everybody knows this. Jesus died. I mean, not in my religion, but in Christianity they say that he died. So like, you know, like everybody kind of knows this. So not a spoiler. I haven't read the Bible yet. Like, it's nothing new. Yeah, but the leader mechanic railroads you to play style no creativity mechanic. Do you think? Yeah. So yeah, I agree with that as well. But you know, it has that extra layer of protection against aggro in general. While Gundam kind of failed to realize that. What mechanic do you think Gundam needs to improve as a game? What mechanics do I think that Gundam needs to improve as a game? Number one, any mechanics, because we don't actually have any goddamn mechanics in this game. Period. I hope that at some point we get life so every single Bandai game has some sort of like life manipulation, and I'm waiting for the time that we get that in whatever color we get it in. I assume we're gonna get it in white. Goku dies. Vegeta dies too. So yeah, so what mechanics do we need in Gundam? We need any mechanics at all, because at the moment, if you look at Gundam, it's bare bones. There pretty much are no mechanics. The mechanics that we have are burst and then keywords. So it's keywords, burst, and link. Outside of those mechanics, we really don't have anything. If you want to count bases as a part of the mechanic system, you can, but it's a very, very extremely bare bones. We don't have any like crazy combo pieces. We don't have anything that like you can play a Gundam on top of a Gundam to do something cool. We don't have like we have graveyard retrieval. We don't have discard card as a mechanic, which Bandai will probably not add. Right? We need actual like tons of mechanics like Riftbound. We need and also, by the way, I do have a Riftbound deck. If anyone's wondering, I do have a Lee Sin deck that I bought in GDO 1. Now I was gonna get into it, but One Punch never like fully dived into it with me because he got really busy and his dad had hospital issues. But anyways, and I might get into Riftbound a lot more later on or eventually. But I'm going to get married this August, so I'm simply not doing anything. And I also don't have the funds. I don't work 9 to 5 like the rest of the world, or make like 60 to $80,000 a year. So it's literally all from coaching. My job is to coach. Some people think I'm doing this as, oh, I'm just making money on the side. It's like, no, this is literally what I do to like live. Why do you say Union Arena sucks? Because of the shield system. I don't like the RNG in that game at all. I hate the RNG, and on top of that, I hate that when you get a deck, every single deck has like the same cards in it over and over and over again, and the only difference is like the main guy or like the main attack card or something, or the funny gimmick mechanic, right? Like One Punch, the anime series, like he pretty much can one punch your shields, so like that's his cool thing, but which is cool. But overall, a lot of the cards in the game, all the starter decks and stuff, have the exact same cards. They all do the same thing. I don't know about the most recent like stuff, but I know like Union Arena overall has that, which is like, I'm not a fan of it. Now I can obviously abuse RNG and shields a lot better than other people can, because I've literally I understand all that stuff in poker and playing card games and being a better pilot and equity and all this stuff, but I just don't like that there's a heavy amount of RNG. I like stability in my games. The same thing with Gundam. Nobody likes that I swing into my opponent's shield and all of a sudden they get a striker pack, or they get armor ray to their hand, or I hit their shield and they get armor ray, and then I hit their shield again, they get a base, and they get to draw another card. All of a sudden they went from like 0 cards to 3 cards on their turn. It's it's comeback mechanics. Comeback mechanics are not something that I like in any game. And the way that it is in Gundam right now, I can accept it. Like, I'll 100% accept something for what it is, whether it's a movie or games. I accept all these things. And so, yeah. Okay, did I miss anything that anyone said? BO3, better searches, better pilots, more power creep? Yes. Perfect. See? Civic got it. But yeah, I feel like Gundam simply doesn't have any mechanics at all at the moment. It's just very, very plain for the most part. And I shit on Gundam because I shit on it like where it deserves to be shit on. But I'm still playing Gundam and I want it to improve. Okay, I want Gundam to succeed and improve. And I am not like I'm shitting on Gundam in my videos or something because I'm talking negatively about it. Like, that's the whole point. I can talk positively about things, but also it's to highlight the negative thing because people might not understand where the negativity is coming from or what is bad about something or what might be bad in the future. Okay, not currently. I might be talking about the future of the game, but people might miss that over me talking, or, you know, zone out for a second, or skip forward, and so they don't get all of it. Or some people don't even finish the whole video. They watch the like first 2 minutes and they close it and they think, like, you know, I'll express everything I want to say in the whole video. Do you think Gundam will last as a card game? I think it will 100% last as a card game because it is Gundam, and the way that it's set up at the moment, you guys can see that anybody can win. It's very casual. So as long as it's like that, the Gundam will succeed, not because it's a card game, but because it's Gundam. And it's a collector thing, and it's all the people who build a lot of Gunplas are the ones playing it. And even if the competitive players move on to like rip down other card games, the casual players will keep playing it. Like Lorcana is still you know, being played and so on. Doesn't mean it's a good card game, but it can't really die because it's Disney and the IP of it is going to carry it. How long will Gundam last is up in the air. If Digimon is still lasting, but Digimon's a better game. Dragon Ball Z is kind of still around, but Dragon Ball Z obviously is a huge IP and stuff. I think this game will last. If something might kill it, like, I think players might leave and the game will become less popular. If GDO like 5 is not good at all. If GDO 5 is what GDO 4 is, you know, they've given us everything. There's no reason to stick around for GDO 6 or 7. I was gonna make a whole video about that, but yeah, there are people already who are leaving the game, who want to leave the game in chat right now and in the rest of the world. And there's also game stores who are stopping locals for Gundams because people are just not showing up for locals, and the scene is not exactly like as great as in other places in America and stuff. And yeah, sometimes my local area, we had like a Gundam night as well. People just didn't show up because, you know, what is there to do? Why? I can play it on webcam, I can play on MSA, I can just choose to not drive, you know, 20 minutes out, play Gundam, and so on. And the multiplayer format is not good in Gundam, which the new SD Gundam set might change that, but the multiplayer format is not good in Gundam. And yeah. What do you say? Yeah. Do you think Bandai needs to really set rules for new type challenges? They treat it as casual shit. Yeah, apparently new type challenges are casual, and that's because the card games are the only reason that people go to new types. If the cards and new type challenges were worth $50 or there were no cards, nobody would care about going to new type challenges, because it doesn't matter. But because the cards are worth $1,000, it's worth a week's paycheck. You need to go. I haven't went to them, even though it should be my job to go, but I simply just can't get there. Also, I only have one new type per like 2 months or 3 months, so it's not really I can just go to like 10 of them like people in the States. Been really enjoying red blue CB deck red blue, because even though it's not S tier, all matches feel close and engaging. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Like best of 3 for top 4 should be mandatory, then either do top cut or not. Well, best of 3. Oh, okay, yeah, you're saying top 4. Yeah. Yeah, best of 3 should 100% be a thing, and not just for new type challenging. When there's $1,000 on the line, there should be 100% a best of 3 in. I mean, Gundam should be a best of 3 period. We'll see if it changes to that or not. This is what the Gundam community wants, though. Look at the community reacts to every single tournament with no top cut. They want RNG in the best of 1. Yes, and Bandai also wants this, which is what I've talked about in a previous video about the pillars of Bandai and the pillars of the Gundam trading card game, which is they want everybody to win, and people need to stop coping that this game is some super skillful and the person who's winning it is like better or they're better or something. It's like, no, you are not good enough, like, at all. I just can't exercise my strength because I might be a 250-pound bodybuilder who's jacked as hell, but we both have a gun in our hand, and we both are just normal human beings who are going to shoot each other, and it's up to chance or whatever who's going to hit each other with the bullet and kill each other. It's not a lot of skill there. My muscles don't matter in that sense. Look at the community. The Gundam TCG is casual TCG for general audiences that give any deck and any player the ability to win any tournament without any top cut. Yes, but Gundam could change, and again, it could change. It should be a best of 3. That's, again, the community wants Gundam. Well, the community is very casual, okay, but the players who are playing this game, the competitive players, and I always say that the competitive players are the ones that are going to keep the game alive, because you can kind of look at Digimon or other games. There's like no content on YouTube, and when the content creators die, this happens with video games as well. When there's no content, there's nobody telling people and influencing people to play the game is going to die. And you need to hold. The casual players will play the game no matter what, right? Because they're casuals. I said this about Destiny as well. They will play the game no matter what because this is their game. This is what they do. This is their pastime. But it's the competitive player that you need to keep, because that's the other avenue of what's important. And if you keep the competitive players, the casual players don't give two shits, honestly. Most of them, and they shouldn't care because they're casual if they win or lose. Because, I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is still thriving, and there's casual players in Yu-Gi-Oh! You do have to be this tall to ride the Yu-Gi-Oh! Train, but that's okay, and you can learn it and so on. But, you know, it's still fun to play games like Flesh and Blood. Even like Flesh and Blood is a big one. It's a newer game, it's a big one, and you can still have fun playing Flesh and Blood or Riftbound, especially Riftbound, and get your ass kicked or whatever. And win that 1 or 2 games at a regional and still have a lot of fun. But in Gundam, what feels bad is playing the game, getting your ass kicked. It's not fun. Not fun for the aggro player. Really not fun for the wing player. Not fun for anybody. And it's the way that you lose. I don't mind losing to aggro player in other games, but in this game, it's no skill. Nothing's involved. There's no way, no counterplay. It's very bad. That's true. That's a good point. Just made the stupid weenie deck. Not even attention is spamming on the board. Yep. I'm currently 6-2. Yep. Flesh and Blood has had its own issues. Yes. I'm not saying that every single game has issues or does, but I'm saying that Flesh and Blood still has casual players in it, even though it's an extremely competitive game. A very, very competitive game. Okay. Super, like, it's like playing top tier poker or something, or chess. Very, very competitive, but it still has a huge amount of casual players who still play it. And it's, if the competitiveness left Flesh and Blood, the casual players will also die out because there would be no reason to do anything. There'd be no content. And I think it's always important for players to, like StarCraft, okay? If StarCraft turned into some freaking like gotcha casual garbage game, nobody gives a shit about it. But it's not that, and the casual players want to also thrive and improve over time, or just have fun in a game and watch the good players play, just like in chess. Okay, chess, I mean, freaking chess, man, it's a very serious game, but the casual players can still enjoy it and play it and so on. It's a very, very massive, big game. Same thing, you know. How stupid. Funny you say, most people say you need to cater to casuals to keep them exactly, especially League MMOs. Yeah, they always say you need to cater to casuals to keep them alive. They don't understand the casuals are not going anywhere. You do not need to feed the casuals. You need to keep the competitors alive. They're the ones who are really gonna make the game, like, you know, keep growing, because they're the ones who really give a fuck about the game. The casual players don't care, bro. If Gundam dies tomorrow, the casual players, I'm telling you right now, do not care too much. They will just buy more booster boxes. They will do whatever. Look at Star Wars, like Unlimited and so on, or other games. They don't really care. They're there to open booster boxes, waste their money, build their Gunplas. That's just the thing. They wanna find a way to spend their money and play Gundam maybe once in a while. Even Warhammer or other miniature games, this is a big thing. They just want to spend their money, waste time. League of Legends, same thing. They want to come in, play a couple games, go to sleep. That's it. Like, that's literally the life. It's the try hard, the semi-casual, semi-competitive players. And if somebody who is casual for even a year wants to become competitive, like some guys in chat in Gundam or other card games and League, it's the avenue should be there, and the skill difference should be there, so you can respect someone's skill and know that there's ways to keep growing. Right, in Gundam right now, there's no way to really grow. Like, there's no way for me to really grow. There's nowhere for me to really do anything. There's nowhere for me to express things. For you guys too, you guys don't see a clear path to accelerate, which is again why we had this whole YAP session as well. You might get sealed, but see locals die quickly. Locals are, yeah, I mean, locals might die, but if a game is very competitive, Gundam locals are already dying. Okay, Gundam locals are already dying. Welcome in, DX Taker. How's it going, my guy? Long YAP session. You might want to go back and rewatch the stream. Taker was a really good one and a long educational one. You might get the sales and you'll, yeah, so even in this game, the game will die quickly. Yeah, exactly. Tournaments will solid really without, exactly, you're absolutely correct. Civic casuals don't travel like competitive players. Yep. Most of them are dead. It's a handful of stores like Chicagoland area that can even get 4 people. People show up for NTC and that's it. Yep. This game is competitive, just pure luck on top decks. Yep. Okay, cool. Now, okay, so we just went through every single thing, guys. Give me a, you know, let me know. Tell me how you guys liked the stream so far, and this huge like YAP session that we just did on all of these ways you can kind of see how places where you can improve. And if you haven't thought of some of these things here and I just covered, maybe you need to start improving and looking at how can I improve at these things one by one, and what did it take to actually improve on it, and what did I learn as I focused my energy on these things, and which of these areas am I better at or worse at than my buddies and my friends that I play, and keeping an eye out for areas of improvement or ways that, okay, me and this guy play the same deck, but he does things differently. What are the exact things that they do differently is pretty important. So let me know. This was a pretty long YAP session. I like these YAP sessions, but maybe have like one specific topic, go into a super deep dive into that philosophy. You should put up some lessons on YouTube. So the reason I don't put coaching on YouTube is because there's, like, in League of Legends I could put coaching and lots of people do already. In good content, thank you. In Gundam, this is pretty much my coaching content right here, right? I'm giving you guys something right here. It's on the live stream, so you guys that are I'm not gonna make a video about it because then 5,000 people are gonna click on it, and I don't really give a shit about them clicking on it. I want you guys in here on the live stream to get this information that nobody else is gonna get besides you, the 30 of you guys, or the 500 people who like click on the stream at some point and around. So it's a little bit more hidden, but this is not what goes on in coaching overall. This is obviously just a slice off the top, essentially, to give you guys insights and remind you guys it's all about learning and improving. And you need to actually, again, I guess I'm going to repeat myself here, but the difference between you and your opponent and what makes a good player good, and all those things. I feel like there's a huge gap in Gundam TCG where all the content is slop going over deck lists. That's absolutely true, which is why my channel is completely different than that, and I don't give a shit about making deck lists about blur pull. I mean, I have no blur pull deck lists on my channel, or I won 1 year war only because of Zeong, and then I Cyclops team, pretty much. I don't see much YouTube content with actual value. Set 5 is make or break for this game. Either players will get refreshed with more skill-based gameplay or see a solid drop-off. Yes. In GDO 4, a lot of people already like stopped playing. Like Echo didn't go to new types. I didn't go to new types. People are taking the game a lot more casually because I told people this in GDO 1, GDO 2. This game is very casual. You need to not take this game seriously or you will literally like break your own head. So yeah, my coaching sessions cannot be uploaded to YouTube because they are very in-depth. And that is something that somebody has paid for, and I don't beat around the bush in the first couple sessions that are very important at all. And if I were to put that video out there and that information, it's like me giving everybody access to turning water into gasoline. Okay, if I put water into gasoline and I can do that, I'm also going to be shot behind a shed and taken away forever. So we're not going to do that. And if you guys are following me for a long time, you guys have already seen that other YouTube content creators might have jumped on the bandwagon when I first started uploading my content and started like doing their own thing with something that I had uploaded, which I don't want to happen. And it's also why I don't comment on, like, I don't really comment on Midnight's like 101 Gundam thing or anybody else's, because I've been coaching for 10 years. I'm a very good coach, exceptional coach, and in this stream alone I've told you guys, like, whether it be IQ, whether it be other streams about my background or whatever it is, I don't really go out there and tell people like they're wrong or anything. They can just do their own thing. People will like their videos and stuff, and that's cool. Like, I'm cool with that. But my coaching videos cannot be on YouTube, because I don't have 1,000 clients signing up that I can just start publishing free content. But this is also free coaching and content. If you guys like, technically everything's kind of free from me, because all you guys got to do is either comment on a YouTube video or come to a live stream and ask me a question, and I will pretty much answer it. It's just that in the coaching I do really like break it down, and that's what the difference between asking a question and getting a response is, based on, or like getting coaching and getting the response. It's a much more an hour-long response to one simple question. It's going to be very, very long and very particular to what you're doing. It's not going to be like your buddy giving you some advice. I really want to give you the answer, but also I want to tell you the answer and what makes up the answer and how I got to it and how you would get to it in multiple situations. Okay, I want to see actual power creep. Like, Bandai historically is gung-ho about power creep, but suddenly Gundam is very little of it. We'll see in GDO 5, hopefully. I think they also said that GDO 5 is their power creep set with new mechanics, so we'll see how they stick to it. We need some way of stopping Weenie Rush. Only way is to salvage Gundam. Salvage Gundam? I don't know what that is. Oh, that's the only way to salvage the Gundam trading card game. Yeah, that will definitely help open up the game and make us not build our deck with a lot of blockers or answers to aggro. As like a complete 180 from past Bandit games, it's annoying you have to play aggro to win. I only play NTC for regionals practice. I jokingly went to NTC and top, felt nothing. Exactly, Taker. You go to NTC's, you top, you feel nothing. Like it's crazy. When the last regionals happened, not the last one, but the second last one happened, and some other regionals, people came to like the Gundam server. They're either practicing or had finished regionals. They came, they played against me, lost 3 games in a row, and I'm like, and it was against my ramp wing deck, and the guy just sat there like, man, I just went to regionals. Like there's 2 people. One of them was like, I just went to regionals. It was all luck, but then I beat his ass 3 times with wing ramp. And he's like, what the hell's happening? Like no one's playing this deck. And then number 2, somebody actually went and topped the Montreal regionals, 2 people, and I beat them both back to back. And we were joking around saying that the only reason you didn't, or the only reason, like if Coach was there, you would have not hit top 16. You would have been top 32, or the other guy was top 32. I was like, the only reason you made it top 32 was because the final boss Coach wasn't there. It was just a joke, but I beat them both, and it was very funny. I think Eggman IBO don't help either with their clickbait content. Don't explain and only follow what people say on Reddit. Exactly. This is another reason why early in the stream I talked about how just because you are the best doesn't mean you're actually the best. There's somebody else who is better than you. He might have gotten unlucky, Achilles heel, etc. Chance, or simply could not make the event, period. When Magnus Carlsen is not at a chess tournament, the quality of the chess tournament deteriorates. And yes, you won the tournament, good job for you, beat many other strong players, but the best player wasn't actually at the event, or you did not play into him. I love seeing a YouTube video of some random new type winning deck, and the dude is like, yeah, it was 16 people, 5 rounds, went 5-0. Yeah, or the new type winning deck list that are like, yeah, there was like 12 of us, I went 4-0, and I won a new type. It's like, okay. People are so thirsty for cloud recognition. Yeah, exactly. This is why sometimes you see me take like a week or 2 weeks off YouTube, because there's nothing to upload. There's nothing to upload. Yes, I want to build more followers, and I need to. My only income is coaching, guys. Like literally, I only make money off coaching, and so I do need more income off coaching because, like, you know, I'm making minimum wage essentially, if you think about it, over the course of the year. But like even me, I'm not going out and doing all this stuff that other people are doing because I find it's bullshit. I find it complete bullshit. And we've all called out IBO on many things in his comment section or whatever. And I'm not like that at all, which is why you guys probably prefer me over the other YouTubers, because I just kind of, you know, tell my truth, and I'm also very open-minded about many things, and I don't just view things from one aspect but from many aspects, and I'll even agree or understand your side of things if we can. Eggman is a mid-tier at best, whose only ability to get recognition to do what he does. I mean, yeah, Eggman's just a player. Without a YouTube channel, I won't even know who he is. Yes, the Rust CCG dude has the worst takes on the meta. I will agree that Rust CCG does have not good takes on the meta, but I do think that is, again, his meta videos, when he does his meta analysis videos, it's very much his own meta, like what he thinks is the meta, but overall it's also like what is the most, like, recency bias of like this deck just won, so it's like going to be top or whatever. This is being more played. I feel like his TCG meta list actually is not fully what is the meta, or what should be the meta, what is the best meta, whatever. It's what are you going to see in the meta game, and what deck choices are going to be picked more often than not exactly on the power ranking scale. And it's more of his own opinion than actual fact, which is fine. That's, you know, but he doesn't, I don't think he makes a good point of like saying that at the beginning of the video, but me looking at his list, or you guys seeing it, can probably tell that that's kind of what his tier list is, and I can respect that, and respect his channel. And same thing with Eggman. I can respect that with Eggman's channel. I respect the meta reviews, and I respect the fact that he has and puts in all this work into like the stats and his website and stuff. That's where Eggman is really good at. But in terms of like deck building, I definitely think that he should leave it up to the pros or ask. I mean, he's a huge channel. He should just come out and ask me, or you guys should go tell him like, hey, instead of making these top 10 deck videos, why don't you ask Coach? He can give you some deck tech video or deck videos to talk to you, and you can have a better understanding and make better videos on 10 decks in GTO4 or whatever that he does, which I've commented on before. If you watch his actual deck building videos where he isn't just copying someone else, it's kind of wild at times. Yes, I agree. I think I'm just gonna wing it and regionals, take zombies and see how it does, just because it's the only deck I like playing. Yeah, you know, never made fun of me being a noob once. Hey, Rain Knight, how's it going? It's a Rain Knight. Never made fun of me being a noob once. No. Nope. I enjoy watching you play, and I also love the "It's a Rain Night" at the beginning. It's very, very fun. And yeah, that's like, I don't recommend Eggman's content on my streams. I don't recommend other people's, like, I'm aware of Rusty GG's, I'm aware of other people's content, but I don't really, I push people towards content where it makes sense. Okay, if you want to go watch the O videos, you go watch Midnight, because he continuously uploading it, whether I think someone's content is amazing or not. There's actual content out there, people can go find it. People always ask in the Gundam community server, hey, where's some educational stuff, where can I like get better at the game, etc., or find different deck lists, and none of the motherfuckers in the Gundam community Discord mention me, period, even though they know I exist, because they hate me. And if I say, hey, go watch my videos, I have, or go check out my channel, I've got multiple things on many different deck types and unique builds, and I even talk about things in depth, you know, they'll just shut me down, and you know, so on. So there's some gatekeeping going on over there. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, I'm not even with Eggman in my channel right now, right? Eggman or Russ or whoever, I'm not gonna make fun of them because there's things that they're gonna do good. Okay, I'll make fun of them or say bad things about them where obviously it's something like I'll give advice, I'll give constructive criticism basically, and how they can improve, and so on. Like I could say something about Midnight TCGs or Holly TCGs, like the 101 Gundam, or how to improve whatever the hell their series is, but I'm not gonna say anything because I'm not gonna say anything positive about it, really. But it's helping people or making people feel good or whatever, that's, so, you know, good for them. They just keep doing it and they'll improve on it, and maybe they'll probably learn stuff as they do it themselves as well. I've been doing coaching and I understand that I am a different beast than other people, which I always remind people. Some people don't believe me, but it's just how it is. And it's not being overconfident or cocky right now. It's just a fact, right? If I walk around and say I have 145 IQ, I have 180 IQ, and I'm a different being, people are like, you know, like, what the fuck? I don't really do that anyways. But people do need to understand. That's why I tell people, like, my growing up is different and all this, like, you know, everything goes into it, but I can't really say that every single time, which is why I don't. But this is my own platform, so yeah. He should be bringing it on the top players and do deep dive rather than just the lowest easy content pump out. Exactly. He should be doing interviews with, not just like basic interview, but I mean, I'm surprised he hasn't done interviews with me. You know, somebody asked in the comment section, hey Eggman, do you know about Coach SK? When I was like uploading a lot of videos and blowing up a little bit. And you know, Eggman said, no, I don't know who Coach SK is, like, or whatever. And I find like, okay, like, you know, they don't really mention other people on their channels at all. Which is kind of crazy. And like, even who did I shout out last time? I'm forgetting his name right now. Pink Jedi guy, right? Because I shot out Pink Jedi guy in the last video, he literally gained 30 or 40 subscribers immediately just off of that. Okay, Eggman has such a big platform that he could just jumpstart multiple channels if he wanted to, but he doesn't. Yeah. You ever talk with some of the creators, or they reach out to you, they have some wild takes? Nope, nobody except for Rain Knight. Rain Knight's been helpful to me since the very beginning, and obviously Jimmy with thumbnails and One Punch with thumbnails. But in terms of Gundam content creators, I don't talk to anybody. I was supposed to do the whole collaboration with Midnight. Twice he kind of like just, you know, left me. hanging, so can't really count on him to get me onto his stream, unfortunately, even though I reached out and said I want to do it and so on. But yeah, I can't have that affecting my coaching schedule now, where if I set aside time, that also takes account like people want to book me and so on, in my free time as well. So no one's really reached out to me in terms of like actual content or collaborations. I think Pink Jedi Guy and Ray Knight are the ones that mostly talk to me, but Pink Jedi Guy, we don't really talk in DMs. Yeah, so I don't really talk to anybody about competitive Gundam or Dex or anything like that at all. I said this to a person, Eggman at a DBS regional. Okay. This was a few years ago. Coach is good people, so is Rain Knight. Yes, sir. I'll say whatever. I'm a generational hater. Yeah. You guys like know that I get a lot of hate in Gundam. I tell people I've gotten a lot of hate since I was like a kid. Okay. Whether it be Yu-Gi-Oh, whether it be chess, whether it be whatever. I get a lot of hate in all the games that I coach, and I'm still a top tier person in all the games that I coach and my clients. So I'm like, I've been through this a bunch of times. I don't care. Any thoughts on Red Zone Rogue? I think he's the only good content creator besides you that does deck text and other archetype, but I think Strike While the Iron is cold on those. Yeah, Red Zone Rogue, I believe that's like the guy with the long brown hair. I've seen his content for other games before, but I find it weird that his YouTube channel, like, he only pops up like once in a blue moon to get a bunch of views and then disappears. So like, it's weird. I find his videos are probably very, very good when you're first getting into certain games, and that's what he's good for, and he will pop up on your YouTube channel if you're like googling like Gundam or, you know, some other games that Shadow Wars or something. He'll pop up because he has a lot of subscribers from like multiple different games. But yeah, so his YouTube channel is a little weird, and how it basically does exist to make money, I guess, for him, his side. It's obvious it's not for the love of the game, which is why, you know, whatever new card game comes out, he's going to do content with it. Yeah, exactly, pretty much. It's also why I make content and different content about Gundam, and I'm playing every single deck, literally, even on stream or whatever, like, and my deck techs are different than everybody else's. I'm also on all the deck techs day one, because, you know, I'm still doing it because, you know, I love card games. I like playing a webcam and stuff. People don't understand that sometimes. They think I'm super hating on Gundam, which, yeah, I'm shitting on Gundam, but it deserves to be shit on. If something is bad, I'm gonna say that, you know, it's you know, pigs are not nice animals because they eat their own shit and stuff. Like, of course I'm gonna say that. It's just a fact. I want to state the facts. I don't want to hide behind random content stuff. Plus Red Zone does other TCGs, so isn't it focused for him? Yeah. I think a big thing about collabs is you gotta reach out to people yourself. It's a big ask to be responsible for your own stuff and keep a pulse on all the creators out there. Yes, Risu. Risu, aren't you the you are the squirrel. You are the squirrel. Welcome to chat. I've seen your content. Right? And the big collab thing, like, is like, I'm gonna be doing something with, obviously, Rain Knight, once Rain Knight gets along with his however his progress is going on his upcoming videos and the content that he's gonna do with a bunch of other YouTubers. And then I did reach out to Midnight about streaming his or co-streaming, co-casting his online locals, but that kind of didn't go anywhere twice. And so the other content creators, I haven't reached out to too many people just yet overall, but obviously I could at some point, and I've thought about it, but currently waiting on like Rain Knight. I mean, I guess I already am trying to do that, just not with every single person at the same time, right? I'm not in a hurry to go crazy. Just do a podcast. We don't have a Gundam TCG podcast. I agree. One Punch and me were doing that, but he doesn't want to do Gundam podcast, which was sad because we were getting views on that for sure. Right? And I could do a podcast. I just don't know who to do it with because I myself am not a I don't do edits or anything. Right, Risu, what do you think of my content since you're in here? What do you think of my content? The squirrel. And have you heard other people talking about it? Have you discussed it with other people? That'd be interesting to know as well. We don't have a good Gundam podcast. Yeah, I think like Midnight, Midnight could be a good person. Midnight TCG to be a good person to do a podcast with. Rain Knight could also be a good podcast with. I find that doing podcasts could be very, very good. Well, I'm pretty good at keeping myself back and just going with the flow. But also I'm very good for like a vast of knowledge and talking a lot like I am right now on a podcast. So I find it's very good if I have somebody with me who is going to be the more casual side of it or the less, super knowledgeable side of it. Or, just, slightly above average or so. Coach was the first person I saw talking about CB Red Purple. Yeah. Red Purple. I mean, I said it day one. It's doing pretty well. Yeah, Midnight would be a good choice for sure. Yeah. I'm telling you right now, the reason why Midnight would be a good choice is because of what I just said. Like, Rain Knight and Midnight would be a good choice for me because they're I need someone to balance me out. Right? And I'm good with people because I can control the pace of it. I can take a back seat and so on. Give me a poke. I'm old and my mind wanders and forget things. Yeah, Rain, I was about the you wanted to reach out to all the content creators to do some collabs, but I'm like third on the list or something about giving advice or certain topics. So I'm just waiting on whenever you come around to that. I found your content on my own. I do enjoy the gameplay narration plus takes on Gundam card game meta stuff. That is good. Alright guys, we asked the squirrel to give me a shout out on his next YouTube video or his live stream when he hosts his Gundam events. And make sure to spread me around the community since he enjoys my content and my narration. We need the publicity. And again, if you guys don't know Risu, he does, I mean, I'm sure you guys do. I'm pretty sure it's the Eagle Nest online tournaments. Am I correct? Eagle Nest online tournaments for Digimon and Gundam and other stuff. Hit me up on Discord. Okie dokie. What I like about your content is even if I disagree specifically with a take or comment, you always have a solid methodology how you get there. Exactly. That's what I like about it. A lot of people simply disagree, but I like the people in my comment section who do question or answer, and there could be missing links usually with the person who disagrees with me, but it also could be just a misunderstanding about what we're actually trying to talk about, and sometimes maybe what I'm saying isn't coming out correctly for everybody, or reading between the lines might be a little harder. So yeah, that's why I'm always open to the comment section and all that jazz. Yeah, that's right. Yes, that is correct. My mom is messaging me, which is fine. This guy just DM'd me. Who the hell is this guy? Okay, just random person. Okay. I'm gonna check my Discord. Wait. Also, you don't have an ego when challenged. A lot of content creators are so insecure about their content or takes. You give any variance of opinion and they get very defensive. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm always open. I always tell people in terms of this, like, if somebody brand new comes up to me in the game and gives their opinion, I will still listen to their opinion, whether it be right or wrong, right? Of course, I'll decide if it's right or wrong, but I will still give them my ear because that could be the miracle 0.001% chance that I do learn something new, or it makes me think about something new. It refreshes my memory about why it's incorrect, which in the future, it's just a whole thought building process, I guess. Right, so I always listen to people, especially newer people. I tell people that it's not actually the new people who are generally incorrect, is because they're taught incorrectly, and it's because of the entire community. When a new person enters the game or a scene, he is gonna try to learn and improve, and his buddies will try to help him, but his buddies are wrong. So even though his friend who's brand new to the game is right, he's learning off of somebody who's incorrect, so now he starts learning all the wrong ways to be good at a game, and that is really, really bad, especially in like League of Legends or competitive games. Something that might get you a win is actually incorrect, and then you wonder why you're stuck in like elo hell or something. It's because you're not doing the right thing, and you never understood, like you're taking a shortcut essentially, or skipping a bunch of steps. And it might be like we can microwave a pizza, but making a pizza from scratch, you'll make a much better pizza and still get the same result. It just takes longer, but once you get there, you can kind of like understand everything a lot more, and why something might be correct or incorrect, even though both results get you a pizza essentially. Today 8 p.m. live stream, coach tells his viewers how the fuck he deals with me sending him new academy lists every 3 days. Stella send me academy lists. You know, also send me a lot of lists. Paul send me lists all the time, and it's crazy. Coach, how would you train with the deck and preparing for something like regional qualifiers? If you're preparing for regional qualifiers, I'll answer that in just a second. Actually, I just want to check my Discord messages real quick for anybody. Okay, so all the Discord messages are just other things. Let me check Rain Knight's Discord. Been testing this one out, basically a ramp deck that plays for his combo style. Okay, I'll get back to his message later. Okay, let's get back to chat. Okay, so scroll all the way down. How would I train with the deck preparing for something like regional qualifiers? Okay, so number one, going to regionals, you need to understand that you're not gonna win the event. Okay, that's step one. Then the step two is understanding what do you think the meta call is going to be? Is there going to be a significant amount of blockers or aggro at your tournament? For example, Montreal is going to have a lot more blockers in Canada in general, while maybe America is going to have a lot more aggro. Then you want to understand that your job is to make top cut or do as well as you can, like 6-4, 7-3. I mean, you generally want to be 7-3 or 8-2, and to do that, you need to build your deck to pair into X matchup 6 times in a row, or 6 times out of 10, for example. Win the 6 times like 70-80% of the time by default. That when you know you're playing into aggro, you basically automatically win, or playing the blockers, you automatically win, and you try to dodge the other matchups. Then if you sit down against the opposite matchup, you have like a 20%, maybe 30% chance to win that matchup. I say 20 or 30 because it's mostly into aggro that we're talking about here. And then you say, okay, it's up in the air whether I win or lose this matchup. If I lose it, I was going to lose it anyways, no big deal. And then it's just up to a variance of who you get paired into. But sometimes you could win that aggro matchup, and that pretty much decides whether a person goes 33 or top like 30, like they get 33rd place, or they get top 32 essentially, right? Whether they go 7 and 7, is it 7 and 2? They go 7 and 2 or 6 and 3 is based off of like one game, or 6 and 4, whatever. So yeah, then training wise, I would be picking one deck. Well, you don't want to play just one deck. You want to play as, so number one, you want to practice with the deck you're going to be taking, but also play as your opponent's deck. So whether it be all the other metagame decks that are in the game, you need to play them and understand what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are, and what their hands look like. Understand what their hands look like. Understand what goes into their mulligan decisions, so you can understand that, hey, if my opponent mulligans, I can understand why they're mulliganing and what cards they're putting away, and then how does their deck function off of a mulligan versus not a mulligan. Because how you play into a mulligan, or if you even decide to mulligan in the first place, does matter based on if your opponent mulligans or not, and so on. You might keep a more riskier hand if your opponent mulligans. You might mulligan your hand away if your opponent chooses not to mulligan, because he has a good hand, keep up a hand. So that's thing. So a lot of people in Gundam, like the clan decks and other decks in the game like CB, people just don't know what they do. They just don't know what they do. They don't know what Witch and the Bride does. You know, you always get asked that. People always forget what Dual Maxwell does. And there's cards like this that are going to catch people off guard. And you want to be aware of all the meta decks, because when you sit down, you need to understand who you're playing into in the first 2 to 3 turns. Right, by the time they play the third card, you should 100% know what you're playing into, unless it's like a heavy blocker deck. And then you kind of also still need to make a decision quickly so you can have the best odds of winning the game, and switch gears into like how you want to, like, you know, whatever gives you the best odds of beating him, whether it be playing a lot of bodies early on, whether it be blowing your EX resource, or playing very, very slowly. And then for other preparation, you want to make sure that you already in your mind think about your sleep schedule and how you're going to get there, and all that. And then prepare before the tournament. Do not prepare like during the tournament, and do not prepare the day before the tournament or something like this. Well, the day before the tournament is okay if you're just playing some games, but go into it well prepared beforehand, and you know, don't show up unprepared and then try to like fix your problems at the end of it, unless it's something like, you know, you randomly jumped across something that it didn't occur before, and so you made a small change, or you showed up to a tournament and you realized that, oh, a lot of players are playing a specific deck, I need to make choices based off that new information. That's fine. How would you train with your opponent's deck? Do you just take a list from biggest tournament, build it from scratch? Yeah, just net deck all the meta decks, play as all the meta decks, because you at least to a point where you say, hey, I played with these decks enough that I understand the ins and out of it. I would say that you pick 2 decks, play as the 2 decks one day, then on the second day of training, pick the other 2 decks, play as those, and then on the third day of training, go back to your own deck and only play your own deck the entire day, the one that you were going to take, and that will be your training essentially, and have like 3 days of letting it sink in. I think that if you're going to go to these tournaments, generally teams for other games as well, they generally want at least 1 week of prep time before going to a big regional for Flesh and Blood or Yu-Gi-Oh or whatever. They need 1 week of like, that's good practice essentially, of when they can start, but generally work and stuff gets in the way. But if you can get 3 days, 3 days is good enough, especially if you're taking a deck that you already like knew that you were going to take, like, you know, your favorite deck or whatever. But you need to understand your opponent's deck as well as your own. A lot of people just don't understand their opponent's decks, and they don't understand how their hands look like. To this day, a lot of people don't play Wing and they don't understand. They always say, oh, Wing has everything, all Wing has, like, you know, good hands or whatever, like, but Wing hands are some of the worst hands ever. If you play a Wing deck, you know your hands are like, you only have like 1 possible play, maybe 2, and that's it. It's very, very like small, because you have like a Wing 0, you have a base, you have a blocker, you have a pilot, and then you have some other card. It's, you play 1 card a turn. It's very slow. But people don't understand this. They somehow think that Wing has Wing 0 and Wing Gundam Link and Death Sight Link and a base and blockers all at once. It's like, no, we don't. I wish we did. We just don't have that. So, yeah. Mulligan decisions and understanding what their hands look like is very important. Reality transurfing. That's how I would be practicing for regionals. My regional clients at the last regional went 6-4, which is pretty good. Mirage went 5-0. He went 5-0, then he lost like 3 games in a row, then he won 1, and then he lost 1. So like he literally won 5 games in a row. He could have just won 2 more, made it to top 32, then won one more, made it to top 16 and so on. But he kind of just went 5-0 and then just something changed, which if he got more coaching with me, I would sit down and talk to him as a coach about what goes into his regional run. Why did he go 5-0? With a 5-0 start at regionals, how did you not like make top cut, right? All you had to do was win 2 more games and you only won 1. That's not good. Now he did like play pretty well and he was really happy with it, really happy with the coaching as well, because not all coaching has to be related with micro. It has to be related with like the person himself as well. So yeah. And then we, in my Discord, we also have like players who play specific decks. I'm gonna message Risu right now on stream, since he was messaging me, to message him. Risu the squirrel. Why is he not in here? Where's the other chat? I think I misspelled this. Risu. I did not misspell it. It's just not showing up. I think this is him, right? Eagle Nest. Oh, it's because I'm on the thing. Yeah, this is him. I'll say meow. Okay. This is a Discord group in my own private client server. So I have my own private client server where only my clients have access to it. And I'm saying, like, for regional testing and stuff, my own clients, and if I was going to be doing it, I have clients who dedicatedly play specific decks and who have one, like almost everybody in, well, not everybody in here, but a lot of people in here have either top knee type or one knee type. And then I also have some people in here who have went to nationals, like Luna went to nationals and topped two regional as well, and won his got top of his store championship. And then also Gabs got top at Chile, and his buddy got second place at the Chile regionals. Not the recent one, but the one before this, playing Wing. And that was like my meta call where he went 7-0 and undefeated and so on. I feel like you need to collab with other people that really can be big. The YouTube game reverse collabs heavy to show other viewers. Yes, I agree with that. I think Ray Knight, like, helping me on collabing with me early on, sending them to my videos really helped big time. So I just messaged Risu, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, YouTube definitely, like, I've been out here pushing content stuff, but you guys, like, have noticed my subscriber count hasn't really gone up a lot in a while. And that's usually why I shout out other people as well, to try and help them out as much as I can, even though I'm like very small. But a lot of people also just don't even know like that I exist on YouTube, like, at all. My own local community Discord didn't even know that I existed on YouTube and stuff, even though they probably did watch my video, but they never, like, you know, actually view it. And again, I do get like 2-3k views or whatever, 4 or 5k, but people are just not going to subscribe, even though I try to make an effort to tell people to subscribe. And same thing with coaching. I think coaching is a huge benefit. That's Eagle. Oh, that's Eagle Nest. I thought this was you. What's your name? I'll have him send me the message. Oh, Reese, if you just message me at CoachWing0, just message me instead, or give me your username and I'll message you. But yeah, just Coach SK on Discord and any of these groups I'm in. Talk about the community thing. The community thing. The questionnaire. Oh, the community thing? Yeah, if you guys want to, it's just Risu. Are you in this server? I don't know. Oh. Is this you? No. I need to find you, but I don't know where you are. No. Okay, let me find people. Show members list. Bro, it just keeps putting this filter. I need people. Human beings. Author type. User. Okay, anyways. It's too difficult. Okay. Not working. I don't think I'm in the official Discord. Okay, that's... Are you in whose Discord are you in? I mean, I could join your Discord, but there's no point in me staying in it. I wonder if you're in the Gundam. You might be in the Digimon server. Simply because it's Digimon. Nope. Nope. Jimmy. Let's go back up to. Let's go like. Right. I don't know. Alright, so you're gonna have to message me on Discord. Or I can add you, but I don't know if that's you. Oh, there you go. Okay, there we go. Boom, it worked. I used my 2 IQ to get it. I just don't understand why Gundam content creators shun you, man. You should be way bigger. You know what? Here's some tea, guys. I'm gonna show you guys some tea, okay? I'm gonna show you guys some tea. Are you guys ready? If we go here, we type in coach. Get ready for it. Okay. Okay, so number 1. We have this first comment. Okay, if we jump to it. Okay, so this person says any recommendation about the videos, about when to attack or base, deck building, etc. He's a very brand new player. I'll show you the guys a comment. Any recommendations about the video game theory deck building? Guess what, coach? This person literally every single time says do not listen to the person above, which is me. He's saying do not listen to me. He's trying to sell you coaching. I'm not trying to sell you coaching unless you like actually go to my content for people who want coaching, obviously. So I'm trying to sell you coaching, but not to you directly in my comment. I'm just saying you come learn from me, not you need to go get coaching from me. That's just obviously on my thing. If you want to learn on your own, I recommend reading Star City game articles and theories on how to be. I don't know who reads this stuff. It's so old. It's not really going to help you. That's like, if you want to learn math, go pick up a math textbook and learn. It's not exactly the best way to do it, but sure. If you want to pay for coaching, there are world level competitors who offer services for Ivo Academy and Medify. So he's just supporting Ivo Academy, which sure. Then we have let me find some bad ones. Because like this is all me. This guy just says, all I know is this guy charged for coaching. This guy just fine. Coach SK, more like goofy. Coach, okay. This guy says if your need coaching, yours is bad because it was referred to something else. This guy again, just saying $50 a month, whatever. Going down. This guy just keeps commenting about my 3-month coaching prices. He keeps saying $395 coaching sessions on how to play Wing Zero. By the way, it's just a meme at this point. Except that it's not. It's literally my 3-month package for coaching, which is that's 90 days of coaching technically, I guess. This guy, okay, we already covered that. We have to go really far back to find the real bad stuff. Okay. Which is coming up eventually. Don't worry. See, I kind of stopped typing in this server, but they're still talking shit about me. In a second. So here they're making fun of my Coach SK name. They also think that Coach SK stands for Coach Cedric Kaiba, but it doesn't. It's actually just my initials. Dude, they're talking about coaching here, whatever, because it's related to me. I need to go find more stuff for you guys to see, because yeah, this guy is saying that I don't even want NTC, whatever. Going on. Look at this guy. This the coach guy is getting banished in the communities, improving off of it, which is like nonsense because these guys are all the haters. These guys are saying Coach SK is instant because there was another guy who was impersonating me, essentially, or making a bad name for me, who was actually just a new account and was like just it's completely disgusting. This Coach YM guy. Yeah. So this is a whole like in-house in Gundam lore. This guy thinks I'm funny, whatever. Whatever. This guy, I'll refer to what this guy says because I remember. Is he saying it to me or is he saying it to somebody else? No, it's somebody else. I'm trying to find. I'm getting closer to like more of the bad stuff. This guy, see, this guy keeps saying everything. So this guy says Coach SK is the original. He's been pushed out of a few deck discussion channels for doing nothing but marketing his coaching services, which is not exactly true. I was just posting videos and people would ask me, so I would tell them, etc. Because it's kind of obvious from my name. Coach YM is nonsense because he's not. This is just a lie that people just, yeah. Yeah, this guy was running my deck list, but then, yeah. This is alt. This is nothing. We really need to find like the reality. This is all the good stuff. This guy again, he's just again talking shit to me. This guy was also talking a lot of shit to me. This guy, I don't know what he's saying. I need to go down. There's so much. This is coaching. Let me type in Coach SK. Let me see what pops up. Ignoring me, obviously. Yeah, so this guy right here, let's go here. So this guy says, watch your mouth. You're talking to a top 10 Coach SK or top 10 MSA player. That is in reference to I believe probably this thing. Mean Coach SK, right? This is my deck list that I was playing. And then there was a screenshot of me being top 3 in MSA at some point. And then this one right here is... This is Zonda, the mod on the server. He also left a comment on my video talking about how, like, all of this here is, like, my opinion is dog shit and all this stuff and all this. I don't understand tempo, apparently. Guys, to understand tempo, you just have to be a normal human being. Okay? Because a normal human being understands tempo. When we feel pressure from the cards being played and that we're at a disadvantage on the back foot, we understand the concept of tempo in terms of the feelings of it by default, period. Okay, and I 100% understand tempo coming from League of Legends, card games, Warhammer, chess, for goodness sakes. Like, come on. Like, it's a very normal thing. This is the MSA screenshot, right? Watch, I gotta think Coach SK, GDF 4 MSA ranking his credentials. Again, I never did this. These morons are just saying this because it's just a laughing joke at this point. Lots of hate going on. They think that I'm paying people to write comments in other people's videos, which is complete nonsense. Which was this video, which I talked about way afterwards about how this card is actually worth playing and good. See, this guy Zaku Duo, you guys have seen a lot of his shorts. Things that Victor Defeat, I said the Victor Defeat is a good card, and I do agree that it is good, but this guy completely disagrees because he's not smart. And then this is just all meme stuff. Yeah, this guy, again, we're saying, heard his name, one sec, boom, 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 lack. Okay, this was all kind of fine, but they were really shit talking me when I made this video, because I mean the comment sections also in my lupus video and other videos kind of self-explain everything. What is this guy talking about? Oh yeah, this Path of Victory, this guy now saying that I was probably right after all, which is 100% true because I was right. This guy saying that Coach SK finally leave the channel, only Coach YM to join was like being told your gonorrhea is cured, but now you have syphilis, which is crazy talk. Absolute nonsense. I mean, I had to post a whole thing. This guy thinks I'm getting banned. This guy. I mean, there's a bunch. If you guys go to the Gundam community server, just type in Coach SK, scroll down. I mean, there's so much that you guys can, like, you know, just there's literally pages of this shit, bro. I mean, this is mostly my stuff. We have to go back to like the shit talking. This guy just thinks I'm always playing wing. But yeah, I mean, this is all normal stuff. But anyway, there's a lot of shit talking in there. Honestly, if you guys wanted to, you guys could go in here right now and go to like competitive, type in what do you guys think about Coach SK, or Coach SK is like really smart. Just say whatever you guys want every single once in a while, and you guys will get like an immediate response by generally the same people. It's kind of funny. Okay, let's go back to chat. Wait, so SK's name wasn't because you liked Kaiba? It's a big coincidence. No, the Coach SK name is because I like Seto Kaiba, but that's not exactly why it's Coach SK. My initials are SK, which is why the name is Coach SK. The SK stands for me, not for Seto Kaiba. It's just that Seto Kaiba is trading card games and it's SK, so it's the first thing that people refer to. And obviously my own profile photo is a blue eyes white dragon, which, and Kaiba-ish of me, whatever. That's why they keep thinking that, but of course they don't know my real name and last name. But yeah. Oh yeah, when training, do you just play decks in the MSA ranked or something? I mostly play webcam. I play webcam in real cards because MSA Arena is not good for practice. You're gonna lose games on there a lot more than you are going to lose games in real life. Also, yeah, that's pretty much it. Also, you're gonna play against like what you want to play into, so you want to practice into the decks you want to play into, not into random jank that you're never gonna play into. You want to be very, very streamlined. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but most top players who coach do less coaching and offer how to teach how to play their meta deck specifically. Yes. Other people coach only like one deck or aggro or whatever, and they kind of make their bed on top of having their one success or maining a certain type of deck or whatever. While I'm actually a coach, I'll teach you on every single deck, and I'm very good. I just simply cannot afford, if someone somebody makes 6 figures in chat wants to literally sponsor me to go play at all these events, I will gladly do it, but I simply do not have the income to go pay like $500,000, or I also live in Canada. I can't fly to America or somewhere else to go play. Most people live in America, so they can just a lot easier travel, like, but I'm literally in a different country, which is just insane. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, damn, so many haters. Were you really promoting coaching heavily and you got banned? No, I'm not banned. I'm not banned in there. I'm allowed to type and everything. They were just saying I got banned because they kind of pushed me out, because I was being really helpful to the community, and then when these guys kind of came back into clan and other deck archetypes at the like halfway through GDO 2, not halfway, but 2 or 3 weeks into GDO 2 is when I started making my content. I think like 3 weeks into it, they came back from like hiatus and they started overtaking like those like people who live on Reddit, like overtaking the Reddit threads saying like, I'm the guy here, I was first, whatever. And like anytime I would post something or anybody would bring up the fact, like you guys saw, somebody would bring up like Coach SK or whatever, or my videos, they would either end up shit talking it or saying it's not worth it or whatever, just downplaying me. And just like a new person, I'm saying, hey, go, if you guys are looking for like videos or content on YouTube that is actually helpful, in depth, and want to ask questions and get answers actually, especially on live streams, then I'm one of the person that you can just learn off of, and I cover all the decks, not just one deck or 2 decks, not just the meta decks. Wingtable is good practice against meta decks and understanding how to play. Yeah, T-Whips. Yeah, I played on Wingtable as well. I think Wingtable, was it the one where you like sit in with the other player and play? I found that like nobody really plays that too much. But why they have it out for you, man? Great question, Nivik. If you are in the server, you should go ask them why they have it out for me. And I'm gonna give you the answer. They have it out for me simply because I make money off of coaching people in games. And I'm used to it. Like, just because I have the name coach, I'll join a server and somebody will see that I have services. Like, for example, I joined the One Piece Gundam. I joined the One Piece server, and somebody will be like, hey, why is your name coach? Are you like, why do you charge this one for coaching? This is a joke. And I'm like, dude, I don't even coach One Piece. This is for other games. Like sit down and chill out. This has happened to me in Warhammer, where I joined I actually knew the the server owner, who's a top tier player. And I joined his server, and then somebody else, which is one of his clients, said, like, just burst out and raged at me. And I was like, my guy, I know Brad Chester. I talked to him. I'm in the server. I'm not telling people to get coaching by me. My username is simply Coach SK. Like, chill the hell out. You don't even know if I coach Warhammer. I could coach League of Legends. I could coach trading card games. I could coach tennis, whatever. The point is, like, chill out. Wingtable against AI. Oh, okay. Yeah, the AI one. Yeah, if you want to test against meta, yeah, that's good. Also, like, yeah, using Wingtable just to test against decks, just get a play for it is solid, especially against aggro or blockers, because you're just trying to get a feel for like how the game will play out. They don't sleep. This few hate, man, 100%. So yeah, Nevik, if you go in there and ask them, like I'm telling you guys, go in the competitor chat or whatever chat you guys want to pick, and content promo or beginner chat, general chat, and ask like, hey, I'm watching Coach SK's live stream. What do you guys think about this guy? Or just say, hey, Coach SK seems really, really smart and intelligent about the game. and I like listening, or like, what do you guys think about him, right? Always bring up the question, what do you guys think about him, or whatever. Or even funnier, like, you guys could ask it in reverse. You guys could think, like, could just ask, is Coach SK stupid, question mark, and you'll probably get a bunch of responses, even though you're here watching me. But if you bring it in like a negative way, they might actually really want to type at that point, like, you know. So yeah. Also, Coach, when training, do you just play Dex and MSA or something? I play in webcam. I play with physical cards. So I highly suggest everybody who just plays MSA to start playing webcam games. You guys can find webcam players playing at all times in the Gundam community Discord server. And if you guys want to invite to it, I'll like literally send it in chat. View docs, YouTube live control. Not live control. Chat. Okay, that should be the Discord invite to the Gundam community Discord server. For those of you guys who are not in it. All right, let's see what happens to this question. Hopefully the people who are let's just see what happens with this. How does this go? I asked in the chat just to see what they say. I'm very like excited to see what they say too. We'll see if these people are online. Like, this guy will probably have something to say. Zayden, maybe. He doesn't like me either, by the way. I know he's in Midnight server and stuff, but he doesn't like me either. Zaku duo for sure. So yeah. There you go. Looks like the squirrel himself has invited me to commentate on Gundam in his live stream for his online Gundam scene, which is dope. I would love to be on there and get some more influence on myself. Advertisement. I have some chat. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, anybody else want coaching? Like, the stream's probably gonna end here relatively soon. If you guys have any other questions, feel free to ask. And if you guys, it looks like I don't have any friend requests or anything. So, Nivik, if you want coaching, do reach out to me. Do add me on Discord or message me. It is definitely worth it. It's an investment, but the investment will last you for in any trading card game you play, and you'll help me out. Anybody who gets coaching at the current moment, I pretty much consider it as a wedding gift, as all the money is pretty much going towards my wedding and stuff. Help me out, and hopefully I can help you out, for sure. Especially if you guys have extra funds lying around. Could be true. They came out, bro. They came out. Oh my god. Are you asking for people's opinions or vibes? He doesn't know what curve is. In my opinion, no, from various things I've seen or read from him. Not any more than any other random person on the internet. If you want to pay someone for G's, there are people with top worlds who sell coaching or less. Fantastic. I might get in a week or two. I might get some in a week or two. Perfect. And if you want to pre-book me, like, Nivik, are you looking to get a, like, sign up for a month? Or are you looking to sign up for, like, X amount of hours? Like 99% of my clients sign up for a month of coaching or the monthly, and I highly recommend that one. It's like the most important stuff to sign up for a month and so on. Yeah, you get quite a bit, including deck builds and his yapping videos and what I've seen him talk about builds and plays. Excellent. Well, you guys can keep in touch with this chat and what's going on in it. I will play a single game real quick for the stream. Yeah, we're gonna play a single game, probably monthly, or I appreciate it for sure. Thank you very much, and you definitely sign up in the next week or two, or as soon as you can, because I am leaving to go get married in August, and so the faster I can get you that information, the better it is. And also, I wonder if he's still here. Chat doesn't go that far up, but anybody else who wants coaching, please do also reach out to me and sign up as well. Man, that's a pretty bad hand. I just drew like all my pilots. The Gundam brick cannot be stopped. Bricks for days, baby. After the stream, I'm going to probably work on my Warhammer 40k list, having a fun send-off tomorrow for the end of 10th edition, pretty much playing it 2v2. Everybody's bringing 2k points of their army. Narrative game, gonna be fun, playing on 2 maths worth of terrain. 2 tables, I guess, stacked together. It's gonna be a fun time. Pink Jedi Guy, brother, teacher community Discord is full of haters. Apparently, all I am is lucky, which is true, but better than lucky to be good. Yeah, dude. Apparently, you're just lucky. You're just lucky. You're not playing like heavy arms and thinking about the game like how it should be played. You're just lucky. And 100% there is like a lot of luck to it, like, you know, bubbling out in 5th place multiple times is definitely a thing. But, you know, like, it's crazy, bro. Pink Jedi Guy, like, it's wild stuff, man. It's wild stuff. Like, what else are they saying? Wow, I didn't know he seemed to know what he's talking about, including deck list, yapping. Oh, these has too much card draw take. I mean, come from anything from NTCs. The appearance of the part of the marketing coaching. Yes. What coaching would you all recommend instead? You can pretend to know what you're talking about. Just an average Joe being able to go and next to my Cyclops team, one come as a coach or anything close. Ivo Academy is the guy who tops at Worlds and sells stuff at Metafy. Thing is, the stuff he's angry about don't make sense. So I understand why people are angry. Otherwise, a lot you can learn on your own, blah blah. Like, so much stuff going on in there. Wow, this is actually a really good. Oh, look at this turn, bro. Holy, look at this turn. That's a Shenlong turn right there. They all came on in full force. Yeah, it's very funny. What is this huge thing? Oh, this is Zonda's post, I think. Yeah, this is Zonda's post. Zonda, the mod of the Discord server, saying overall this video is a declaration that you are awful at card games and my subscribers are actually making themselves worse by listening to me. Okay, I guess Pink Jedi Guy is making himself worse at the game by listening to me, but at the same time winning tournaments by playing decks that are like literally like a couple cards off of mine, and we have no interaction with each other basically. Yes, yes, and yes. And yes. It's crazy, eh? It's right, Pink Jedi guy. You can be lucky rather than good, and I will be the villain. I'm always happy to be the bad guy. I love it. I will be Batman, essentially. My favorite comment was, this wing deck would never survive the local meta or NTC, and I was like, yeah, I built it to win a specific meta, lol. Yeah, same thing with the Lupus. If you go back to my Lupus comments, my Lupus decklist comment, this deck sucks, this deck will never win, blah, 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 this deck can't beat aggro. I'm like, this deck is literally designed to beat aggro 100%. And you guys are telling me that it's not going to beat aggro. And then it goes and wins a regional event afterwards. And I'm just like, guys, like, the deck won a regionals. Same thing with the Minerva Mafty list. And they were like, oh, Minerva's never going to, like, you know, do well or whatever. Oh, sorry, not Minerva. Mafty and Marita Cruz and stuff. And then the same thing, they said the same thing about Clan. And one of the funny comments was like, hey, my IQ might be too low to actually understand what Coach is doing. And I'm like, yeah, you just don't understand it, which is why I explained it in my video for those who actually watched it and just like skipped through it. Man, my hand is like so bad. Why is my hand like actively trash, man? Yeah, just wild stuff, man. It's wild stuff. Even my Optimus list like did really well. I mean, these are the same people who think like you need a degree to be good at something, but I'm gonna be honest, you just don't. You don't need a degree. You can self-teach yourself many things. You don't need a degree, and you also don't need to go. You don't need to be a professor at university to go teachers. You know, teach somebody about something. In fact, there's like new studies showing up at universities at all times, like that are completely useless. Skip. Well, yeah, this is pretty funny. Some pretty funny stuff. Did they move past talking about me? It does not have enough card draw. The only color that lets you play blue. Would you say Ibo and Eggman are roosters? I've heard mixed of. But Ibo, Eggman, definitely above average. Wait, these guys are putting me below. Well, I guess in resources they're fine. But yeah, these guys are. If he's referring to that as Eggman's above average resource is probably correct. I mean, I think Eggman's a pretty good resource. I'm gonna be honest overall. I can't kill him, but I do need to reduce this thing's AP so I don't die. Honestly, some people who are just net decking meta slop and tuning their decks expecting to win, yeah. They really love Eggman for some reason. Because he gives them what they want. He does the net decking for them so they don't even have to go and find the good decks. It's presented to them on a silver platter. On a platter, yeah. It is. But again, Eggman is doing what he does. I mean, he does things that he should be doing, which is, you know, all good. And then there's things that he shouldn't be doing. I need to kill this guy, like, today. Okay. And then I just hope that this is the base, because I am dead. And I'm gonna be real, it's probably not a base. It's probably not a base. It could be a Kusanagi as well. I don't know if I'm running one right now. GG's guys, we lost. Alright, hopefully that was entertaining for you guys. A very long stream, I think, and a very good one. You guys can definitely come back to this stream if you guys did not listen to all of it. There is a long stream, lots of stuff to talk about in it. After the first 2 games I play, I go into the yap session about how to I talk about you need to be able to identify how good you are compared to your opponent, what makes a person good, what makes you worse than somebody else, and what skills you have, or how good are you at your skills compared to the ones that you're bad at, so you can grow and you can also win. And then we talk about some of those that are in the chat, and you can learn and do well. Well, overall, I think you do a good job. Thank you. I appreciate Eggman. I think he's fine. Exactly. Not a guy to put on a pedestal, but he's putting in work, even if some of his takes are shooting from the hip. Yeah, Eggman is a very good, like, for a content creator, Eggman is doing his thing. The only gripe anybody can say, and what I can say about Eggman, is like the when he makes his own deck lists, they're not good, and he can easily reach out to anybody out there. Okay, he can just reach out to any content creator out there, anybody in the food chain, because he's the biggest. He has the most viewers. He can put anybody onto his channel and ask, like me, Ibo, Pink Jedi Guy, whoever it is, hey, can you help me make some lists or give me some advice on what you think? Or if you have decks already made, can I borrow some of your deck list ideas? Or present me towards the right direction so I can present 10 deck lists for the community, or give me your deck list and I'll present them in this, give you a shout out, and we can help each other out that way, right? Because that's all Eggman needs. As soon as Eggman gets access to a top tier like deck builder and someone who understands the game a lot better than him, then there's not much else to say badly about his content. Everything is good on his content from what I can see, and his takes are gonna be his takes and stuff. It's just that the deck videos that he puts out that he makes from scratch are not it, which is the only downside, right? But his channel is 100% very good for like meta, and the work that he puts into his own channel and into his own website is definitely very good. And he's juggling multiple card games, multiple stats, and all this stuff at the same time. So I always say, like, you know, whether I be joking or anything about Eggman, is definitely have to give him like respect for what he's doing and what he's doing good, right? I wonder if Eggman will ever collab with Coach. Seems like it'll be good content. It'd be cool. He's an information channel, not a knowledge channel. Exactly, yeah. Well, information knowledge, but yeah. Same. You know, it's funny. Any update on your video coming up, Pink Jedi Guy, on the on your store championship run? Whenever you upload that, I'll keep an eye out for it, and then I'll post it on my own channel as a like in the post section or whatever, share section. We had a couple probably sometime next week. All right, I'll keep my eye out for it. You can at me, well, you'll add me in your video anyways, but yeah, I will check on it. Yep, I'm about to bounce too. Good night, guys. Appreciate you guys being here, hanging out, and I'll catch you guys on the next stream. Definitely go back and either share this with your local guys, or just listen back to if you guys weren't here for the whole yap session when it started, definitely go back and listen to that. Informative stuff, podcast style, just me talking. And yeah, not a lot of gameplay today, like 3 games. Just good night, Pale. Just don't get the hate trying to get his bag, but whatever. Yeah, got a friend running it this weekend, beat back-to-back champs, so I'm gonna keep the tech down for him for now. Sounds good. Cheers everyone. Time for me and the wife to hit up the izakaya. All right, time for drinks and pork tonkatsu. Nice, sounds good. All right, I'm gonna end the stream.